Welcome to BCJ Cast. My name is Jay. Joining me this week is Corey
Sup?
and Brad.
Hello, hello.
And I hope you guys have noticed, but the audio quality is a little bit better for everybody all around. We did some adjustments, and we're coming back at you better than ever.
Better than ever.
Ever. That was not planned, but hey, it worked. Anyway, topic for this week. I actually mentioned this in last week's podcast. Topic this week: D&D, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yay!
My favorite game of all time, the best RPG of all time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's there's really no comparison. Like tabletop games are the best RPGs, hands down.
Absolutely.
Video games don't come
I
anywhere
mean,
close.
Fallout 4 is up there, but
Quiet down, quiet down. Put that fucking boner back into your fucking pants.
I can't. I ripped a hole in them.
Wow, Brad, you weren't kidding. You really are turning autistic.
Yep.
This man about to start singing "I Ripped My Pants."
I've always, here's the thing. I've probably always been a little bit, but I'm really starting to notice it the more I have to the more I talk to myself, you know?
I mean, I guess that's kind of fair. Isn't that how it kind of works for all of us, though?
I think
Yeah.
so.
I think we're all a little autistic on the inside.
Yeah, and
Maybe.
it's just spending as much time alone as I do. It's just like you really, really, really start to notice it.
Yeah,
It's just like it
Yeah.
can't be ignored anymore.
yeah, I guess that's fair. But anyway, back to the topic at hand: Dungeons and Dragons. Um, so I don't believe we've actually talked about this at all, but we run multiple Dungeons and Dragons games at a time. Um, my house is kind of the go-to place for Dungeons and Dragons among our friend groups, and I am usually the DM, for better or worse.
Usually
Uh,
better.
for the better.
For
Oh,
the better.
thanks. My wife is the other usual DM because nobody else really wants to DM, I guess. Um, I know, Corey, you've done some DMing. You did some DMing for a convention, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It went really well, but it's more so that I never. The reason why I don't DM more is because I don't really put time into prepping because I'm like, man, I should really like write something or prep something, and then I'm just like, but I could play video games or watch YouTube instead, and it's always the second option.
Yeah, I also kind of have that problem. I have a tendency to like when I'm at work and I'm doing something that's relatively absent-minded, I'll think about, okay, well, what's going to happen in the next session? But the moment I get home, I'm doing literally anything else but than writing. And
Yeah.
so usually what happens is the day of one of our sessions, I'm like frantically like typing up like 2 or 3 pages of like general points, throwing it on a page, printing it out, and saying done. There's notes for the next session. Or what happened last time? Last time I actually made notes for a session was about 3 weeks ago, and we've been using those same notes all the way up until this last week.
Like like I know that I need to write something for my character since we're heading to the capital city in the campaign. So I can write it out so I can flesh out the family members that I have that there there's little bit like personality traits that I put in like on like one of my other writings, but to flesh them more out to bring them more character, I do have to write them.
I mean, you can also just give like a small overview of just like names and stuff like that.
Hmm.
I mean, I've worked with that in the past, and it's worked pretty well.
Yeah, like
Like with Brad's family,
yeah.
with Volgrim and Volkmir. Which one is it?
What?
I don't have it in front of me.
It's oh shit, I don't either. Volk Volk
Volgrim,
Volkmir and Volgrim.
yeah, Volgrim and Volkmir. Volkmir's dad, Volgrim is brother, and of course Brad is playing Volmar.
Volmar.
Like my family is Trish and Brant are the mother and father. Then there's Freya, who's me, Sterling, who's the youngest, the younger brother, and then Victoria, who's the middle child.
Oh, Victoria, you picked that name, didn't you?
Yeah, I
You know my connection with that name.
remind me.
The best album humanity has ever made, obviously.
What?
Metropolis Part 2, Dream Theater?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Best album in humankind's history, guys. Come on.
I mean, it's up there, but
Nah,
that's
I won't hear any arguments. It's the best.
don't at me.
Yeah, don't at me, bro.
I mean, I wasn't gonna argue too hard. I wasn't gonna argue that hard, but
But yeah, well, when I was creating those names, like Trish, I already knew what the name was, and then I literally looked up butler names for the dad, and then steampunk names for the two children.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
see, mine was my family name was easy because they all had the same the
First
same
syllable.
first three
Yeah,
letters.
yeah.
Just like, oh, add a new suffix. Can do. But
um,
no, like I here's the thing. I'd love to DM, but I don't know enough of the rules, like how the game works to actually implement any of my ideas. Like I'd
it's
like to. It's just like there would be a long learning curve, and I don't think you guys would enjoy it while I like
Like
got my shit together.
literally, when I was DMing for the convention, legitimately, like like I was just letting the players do whatever the fuck they want, cause I know like face value what the rules are, but legitimately we were doing a low magic campaign, and they were just like they went into a goblin cave, and then like one player was like, bro, they getting high up in here. I'm like, you know what, fuck it, now it's a marijuana plant. Down another cave system is a meth lab. They were cops too. They were cops, right? They took the marijuana to sell for later and destroyed the meth lab.
sounds great.
Yeah, no,
Sound like regular cops.
yeah. It was a fun time. I thoroughly enjoyed that little session that we had.
That's what Twitter tells me. That's what every cop does.
Well, your first problem was listening to Twitter.
Like
Twitter. We were talking off the cast about my. I'd call it like an addiction. I have an addiction to Twitter.
well, I think we know what our first solo cast is gonna be.
I
Yeah.
actually already got mine done. That's the one that released last week, actually. For everybody that knows, I actually recorded the episode that you would have seen last week yesterday. Uh, these two are also going to be making solo casts that will be used at a later date. And so, uh, here's their ideas.
Yeah. Mine's gonna be about Twitter, like my favorite Twitter accounts. Anyway. Well, I'll save them. I was telling you
Yeah,
about one
yeah.
of them.
Save them for the solo cast that you record.
Yeah,
We'll definitely use it at a later time.
yeah. I was telling these guys about one of my favorites.
But yeah, no, DMing. It's a lot of fun. It's also a lot of responsibility. You do need to know the rules. But it's also kind of important that the rules kind of are second important. Um, Overall, the thing that is most important is uh, the story that you are all telling together and everybody's enjoyment. Um, so sometimes you just kind of have to let the roles slide in order to make sure that everything's fun and cool.
And that's one of the things that you do so well, which is sort of why you're always forever DM.
Yeah, kind of. I not to brag, but I think I make some pretty like interesting stories that make you want to just learn more.
for sure. But then you also let us do sort of like Corey was saying, whatever the hell we want.
Like
Yeah, no,
Last
that's
campaign being a fantastic example of that.
like
yeah. That campaign was very, very open ended pretty early on.
yeah,
What was it, like session 3? I became a god.
Uh, you didn't become a god. You realized you were
Sorry,
a
just
demigod.
well,
I sort of stumbled into becoming a demigod just by telling one lie. All of a sudden, I've got deity
One
power.
very convincing lie.
Yeah, I
well,
rolled very high, and then all of a sudden, I've got followers.
while I was out here not wanting to have any type of like family connection because I'm a Witcher, we're not supposed to have that. At the end, ending up having a very loving family.
Yeah. And let's be real though, that loving family did not come without its fair share of tragedy
Oh,
and heartbreak.
fuck yeah, bro! I thought I saw my fucking wife die
Yeah,
on our wedding day.
yeah. I am a big fan of twisting the knives in people's backs. Um, I think everybody here has fallen to that at least once.
Like,
Twice for me.
Like I said, at least once.
I think there was times where like I just didn't really want to play because I was so caught up of because there was like certain cliffhangers that I just didn't want to go back and play.
Mhm.
Like the whole thing like with Arabella, I'm just like, oh, I'm so fucking sad now.
Oh, dude, that I had a hard week. Like it was, um, what Arabella's story is one of absolute tragedy from beginning to end. Um,
Well, the ending was kind of happy.
you
Happier.
don't know the end of her story, but brother,
Oh,
Mm,
not yet.
yeah.
she's not out of the story yet.
No, yeah, she disappeared. That's all we know. That's all we know as players. Like our characters,
Hmm.
like the only person that kind of maybe knows about her is my character, and that's all. And that's only because I saw the painting. I know the painting that
Yep.
my former character did.
Yep.
That's one of the favorite things about one of the campaigns that we're running right now is it's a continuation, like 1,000 years in the future, of the campaign we did last time.
Yeah,
It's like I was saying.
let's talk about that real quick. So, the last campaign that we did was set in the world of Grim Hollow, which, if anybody's familiar with D&D and D&D YouTubers, then you're familiar with the Grim Hollow campaign setting that everybody was screaming about a year and a half ago for Kickstarter. I backed the project, and I'm very glad that I did. And so very as soon as the PDF was released, um, I started the campaign, and really was kind of hoping like to get through as much as possible. I believe we started the campaign in May last year. Is that correct?
Sounds about
No, I think it was like late June.
May or okay, so it was either May or June. I think it is June. Um, but we started the campaign in June, and the idea was to do a pretty high level campaign where we went through one of the factions, or sorry, one of the countries that was presented in the Grim Hollow campaign book, and kind of resolve the conflict that was presented. And so I asked everybody, I kind of gave like an overview of all the different countries and the problems that they had and the mysteries to be solved. So they overwhelmingly chose the Burok Empire. And so I was going to do this really cool campaign of like trying to hunt down these missing god artifacts. And that campaign got derailed very quickly
By yours truly.
by all of you.
Well, yeah, but I was a prime suspect, I'd say. Not to toot
Uh,
my own horn, but
I mean,
Yeah,
I did bring on the new Empress as my apprentice.
um, so let's see. Brad, you played a bard.
yes,
You
I played
played
a half elf bard.
a half elf College of Valor bard. Um, and I believe you guys were you guys level
Oh, are you
4
talking
or
about
5? Wha-
the first quest?
No, no, no,
Yeah,
no.
I don't think we were level 5. I think we were like level 3.
Whenever you guys went down to the Tomb of Ulmir.
Yeah,
No,
it
no,
was real early.
we were level 4, I believe,
I
because
was gonna say I knew you guys were either level 4 or level 5 at that point.
yeah, because we got finished with the Dryads and Wallstein, and then I think we went up to Lywick, dealt with the zombies, and then we went to Arrowfort.
Well, yeah. So the Dryads was fun because I bought our freedom by sleeping with them.
Yeah, and maybe most likely had children.
Yeah,
Before you even knew you were a demigod.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, and
Before I was
so
used as a demigod to father even more children.
eventually, Brad's character finds out that he has the spirit of a demigod inside of him, which gives him some certain abilities and powers, and he ends up gaining followers and essentially creates his own religion, which at this point the world is kind of lacking, considering the only religion is incredibly corrupt, at least in the area. And your entire story kind of began to revolve around making that religion as big and as great as possible whenever you weren't doing other things.
Well, yeah. Nowhere in my religion did it say that what I was doing was illegal, which is the perfect religion.
Indeed. And then there was Corey's character.
Yeah, the Witcher.
Yes. So one of the things that I like to do, and I referenced this last week, is I like to make things for RPGs. And so one of the things I did was I created a Witcher class. Um, didn't even get to play test it before he started playing it. There's some obvious power balance issues with it. Um, it wasn't too incredibly powerful, but it was very powerful.
Especially when the BBEG was constantly aggroing you because you weren't staying down.
Oh my god.
I wasn't going down no matter what. I was basically getting back up. I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah, I needed to give him some more attacks and abilities, honestly, in order to make him a proper BBEG.
It was still pretty damn tough. Like,
Oh, it was incredibly difficult. Like he still almost got you guys
I think I
in
ended
the
that
end.
fight with 1 HP, I want to say.
Hmm.
I did die
Yeah,
technically.
yeah. Fanfear the Witcher died.
Fanfear the Witcher died.
Yes, I was very specific in my wording. Fanfear the Witcher died. Um, but we ended up that campaign ended up going pretty well. We finished December this year, early December,
Yeah.
And then we
and
started a new one.
yes, and it's interesting because a lot of people are just like, oh, you went through an entire campaign, you started at level 1, got to level 16 in only 6 months. You must have been, you must have just been giving out experience left and right, and it's just like, well, yeah, kind of, but there were times where we were running multiple 8-hour sessions per week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not that's like it's not entirely unrealistic. Like that campaign was probably close to 100 hours
Oh yeah, probably.
I I I'd
in
hammer
game.
the
Like
over. I'd hammer the over on that one.
And
yeah,
then
like it was a long time like actually playing in game, but there was also a lot of time spent when we weren't playing doing stuff around that campaign as well.
Yeah.
I wrote a multitude of short stories based around a couple different characters, those characters being Arabella, Eritron, and Ashlyn.
oh, Ashlyn, my wife that I saw die.
Yeah.
Boo hoo. Seeing your loved one die.
Hey, 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 at least my loved one wasn't trying to kill all of us, okay?
Ooh, someone's never fallen for a honeypot before. Big whoop.
Yeah, like I said, I like to twist the knives in the back.
So the story is my my wife at the time, like when we first met her, she was a chaotic evil character, right?
Very.
Very chaotic evil character, and she really wanted me because she liked witchers because they didn't scream when she cut them.
Yep. Yep.
So I wasn't really all about that at the beginning, so I was like trying to avoid her and everything. And then I finally gave in to my my
Desires.
desires and did it. And then we started kind of having somewhat of a relationship at that point in time. And then we went off to basically a civil war that we were having with one other thing. Um,
One of the territories of the Burak Empire had kind of broken away,
mhm.
um,
So we drowned it.
essentially in an attempt to secede,
So yeah,
and so they committed a war crime.
they committed a war crime, or Brad specifically is always
Yeah,
thinks that
I
he
was the one who
commit.
threw the switch.
Yeah. So we did that, and at the end of the battle, my my Ashlyn at the time was laying down on the ground with an arrow in her leg, and being because my character being a Witcher stuck to the neutrality rule and kind of stayed out of the battle for the most
Yes.
part.
That was so. One very important thing to talk about with this campaign is that at this point, basically the only church in the empire had dissolved and had been dissolved for a while, which meant that there were no paladins and were no clerics in easy order. Um, which meant that for a lot of injuries, the only treatment for them is what was for that time period modern medicine. Some of it was a little bit more advanced, almost on par with what we have, because magic does help in modern medicine to some degree. But because there's a lack of clerics and paladins, um, uh, an arrow wound not being tended in time can be a problem.
And our bard asked if she wanted to be tended. She said no, which was a mistake. And
Yeah.
then after we went to my Witcher school at the time, which was Carolita, that got sacked by that city. And
Yep.
then I started to question my whole order and stuff, and actually left the order. I think that night, and that's when I started to fully side with the Burak Empire at that point. We saw the beast. We saw the BBEG, which is known as the Beast. We ran away, obviously, because I think we were like level like 8 or 9 at the time,
Yeah.
and we stayed in New Lywick, which is the city that
Tyrion built.
yeah, Brad's character Tyrion basically built. We stayed there, took a long rest, and then we went back to the capital. By that point, the arrow wound already got infected, and she had to lose a good portion of her leg.
Yes. Ashlyn ended up losing a large portion of her leg, which sent her into quite a bit of a depression. Uh, considering that before this, her class would have been a rogue scout. So losing that mobility is pretty bad for a rogue and a scout specifically. Um,
Hey,
and that was when the relationship began to bloom.
yeah. So, basically, she almost killed herself, but I think Arabella is the one that stopped it. Told
Yep.
her whole story, which is Arabella was actually my apprentice that I technically lost because I kind of blew up on her.
Yeah. So Arabella's story is also quite interesting.
But I think we'll get into that right after this. So I get there. She's very depressed, and I tried to talk with her. I tried to do some stuff with her, and she just wasn't having it. And my character before this, like 30 years ago, because my character is 67, the other two characters around late 20s. Um, my character had a previous relationship where uh, his girlfriend at that time gave him a sketchbook and wanted him to create life with his hands instead of killing it. So he started sketching, but after the bullshit that happened with her, he stopped. But then he started to get back into it because he was also very fucking depressed. Leaving the only thing he's ever known for what I think like 59 years at that point. So
Yeah.
he started sketching, and then he started giving those sketches to her. Like even when he got sent out to figure out what was going on in Vollendorf with all the puppets and stuff, he was sketching because a Witcher needs to only sleep for 4 hours. So as he was waiting for all the two other characters to wake up, he would just sketch. And then after he got back, he saw all of his sketches just tacked on the wall of her room,
Hmm.
and that's basically when the relationship started. And then a little bit more tragic stuff happened.
Yes. Yeah. No, there's a.
So
Yeah, it requires understanding the story of Arabella and Eritron
so
to tell anymore.
so we'll just say this for right now. We'll probably get back into it later. So Witchers are infertile,
Correct.
but my character ended up having a family.
So how did that happen?
So how did that happen?
You fucking cuck.
It was I did blow up. I did like increase the holy lake in a fit of rage.
Expanded its borders.
I
Still
ex-
got cocked.
Yeah. So Arabella. So after a while, after establishing New Lywick, Fanfare decided that he wanted to take an apprentice. And at the time, they were in the city of Arrowfort, and he decided, well, what better way to get an apprentice than to just take an orphan,
like how most Witchers do.
like how most witchers do.
Hey kid,
And
you don't
so
have
they,
parents. Want to learn to kill?
essentially, so he decided to take an orphan as a
My
as a student.
my first interaction to her was she threw a dagger at me and hit.
Yeah, you're ridiculously high AC.
Yeah.
Still fucking hit.
So they went to an orphanage. There was a couple different people that I described, and whenever I gave the descriptions of these children, I didn't have anything planned for any of them because this was kind of a spur of the moment thing. I didn't know this was coming at all, so I was just like, okay. So I described a couple different people, and before this, Fanfare had already essentially decided on the two twins, the two boy twins, because why not? And I believe it was Kira, my wife's character at the time, that said, "Well, why don't we talk to the last child that kind of seemed to stand out?" And that was when they met Arabella. Um, and yes, when Fanfare goes over and introduces himself to Arabella,
At
her
this
first instinct is to throw a dagger that she had concealed on herself into his chest and jump on him to try to beat the ever living shit out of him.
Now at this point in time, my name was Fanfear of Landhouse.
Correct.
Which is
And
the
Land,
city that we destroyed.
yes, it
I
was eventually the
destroyed.
city that was destroyed. Um, but Landhouse was part of the same province, but it was a very large city. And Landhouse and Arrowfort were kind of in a cold civil war at this point. they had a lot of disagreements over how to do things, about tradition and nature versus progress and such like that. And when Fanfare introduced himself as Fanfare of Landhouse, that set her off. Because as was later found out, the reason why she was in this not the reason why she was in this orphanage, but her parents had been killed by people from Landhouse. She was young. She was 12 years old at this time.
To be fair, like at the end of the story, do any of our characters know about that?
About what?
About her past?
Yes, technically Kira does.
Yeah, Kira does.
I I know she told Ashlyn. I don't know if she would have told me at some point later on in the future, or if Ashlyn would have told me.
Ashlyn definitely would not have said anything,
Okay, so
because
yeah.
she would regard that as Arabella's story to tell. But so they eventually settle things out, and as soon as Fanfare and Kira explain what a Witcher is, she immediately says, "Okay, then you're training me. You're teaching me." And that's how that started.
Yep.
Just picked up this skinny little girl from an orphanage and decided that, okay, I'm a trainer.
Yep.
And that's when things started to get dark for her. Or that's when things started to get darker for the group, I should say. Things that were already quite dark with her. One of the first things that they did is Kira, the only female member of the group, took her to make sure that she could, go and get a bath and get some proper clothing. And the first thing that Kira saw whenever she went to assist with this bath was that she was covered essentially all over in horrid scars. It was pretty obvious that she had been the victim of some very, very extreme abuse. The extent of which was only ever explained in an Ashlyn story, actually. It's to this day it is incredibly horrific and very stomach turning for me, even though I wrote it. Writing it was hard. I'm not gonna lie. I had a very difficult time writing it, but things started getting dark for the group because they trained her. They kind of fell in love with her. They kind of started viewing her as their daughter, because there was one thing that was pretty obviously clear about her, and that she was incredibly intelligent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wasn't she 12 years old with an intelligence score of 20?
Yes, yes, she was.
She had a photographic memory.
Yep, she had a photographic memory.
And an insatiable curiosity.
Yep, and those two go very well together with learning. Eventually, she got some pet wyverns.
Yeah, we went on a quest to show her like to show her the ropes of being a witcher. She wasn't a witcher at this point. But we killed 2 wyverns, and there were two eggs, or one egg that she got, and then there was another egg that hatched later on.
Yep.
And then, literally, her first day after becoming a full-fledged witcher, she basically made.
Well, we're skipping a few steps. So, you shortly after this, she tamed and started teaching the wyverns, and they took her to Carleta and began the test to make her a witcher, which, the trial of the grasses is incredibly excruciating, and she was able to survive it, but just barely.
Only because
Only because of Tyrion, actually.
Only because I had a little bit of deific power, did a bit of God
Miracle
magic.
work.
Yeah, some miracle work. I was pretty experienced with the miracles at that point. And
Literally, like when she confronted you about it, you go and said, "I'm literally getting used to this. I'm
Yeah.
new to this too."
yeah, like lay off, girl.
Yeah.
It's not my
She really
fault. I
kicked
didn't
your ass
know.
right there.
Yeah,
She probably would have beaten you too.
probably.
Had it been a real fight.
I was a support character. Probably would have.
um, so she became a witcher, and she began to learn and study about the process of how of all the chemicals used to turn people into witchers. And so she reverse engineered her own witcher potion to give to a wyvern. It worked.
yeah.
It essentially turned them into mini dragons,
And
which is
boy,
pretty
were we
cool.
proud.
Yeah.
Especially when she gave us our own.
Yeah. Um, yeah, it was pretty interesting because she became a witcher, she passed her trials, um, and she became a full-fledged witcher, and she turned her two wyverns into essentially mutated versions of wyverns that were partially intelligent, and could speak in Draconic, um, which created an interesting dynamic. But it was shortly after this where things started to change, almost immediately.
We went to New Lywick.
Which
No.
just
You guys went to Arrowfort, and she went to New Lywick,
Yeah.
if you remember.
We went to Arrowfort, stayed for like I think a day, and then we went to New Lywick.
Hey, Brad. I think this is where part of your story comes in.
yep.
When you guys were in the tomb of Ulmir, you found a potion.
Yep, that I just sort of like hung on to for way too long because we didn't know what it did. We didn't solve the second grade word puzzle that Jordan laid out for us, and so none of us knew what the hell this potion did. So I just like had it in my inventory for a long time, and then I just sort of gave it to someone who was like, "Hey,
Uh,
this might help."
yeah. So what it was is the governor of New Lywick. Her name was Vicky. In a
Should we
previous
explain New Lywick?
yeah,
Well,
I
later. We'll explain it
well,
later.
okay. So essentially, there was a city called Lywick that was attacked by a bunch of undead. Um, the party took care of it, but by that time, way over half the town had already died out, and most of the town's buildings were destroyed and basically uninhabitable anyway. And so the group essentially relocated Lywick to a new location, not too far away, on a natural bay, um, where they rebuilt the city. And
We
this was because Tyrion had essentially became had been granted the title of being essentially the owner and governor of New Lywick to govern as he pleases.
and so I just made it like
He
I
was a
just made it.
baron.
I was a baron at the time, and I literally just made it where like all of my followers just got sent there, so it basically just became like Mecca.
Yeah, essentially. And so anyway, so the governor at the time, Vicky, she had actually lost an arm in the fighting against the zombies, and I believe this was session 2.
Yeah,
Um, and she had been a pretty close friend of the all the of the party, and they had this potion. And do you guys remember what the inscription by the potion was whenever you found it?
I
yeah.
have
I
no
just remember
idea.
it was called the Icarus potion.
Yes,
That's
the
all I
Icarus potion.
remember.
Uh, um,
Wasn't
and
it
the
to like become the perfect being or something like that?
Yeah, it was the partaker of this potion would be able to become a more perfect being, or I believe it was the most perfect being,
So it's just
is
like,
how it was worded.
but we're out like it just sat in my inventory for legitimately close to like
Now,
10
no, let me
sessions.
finish, right?
Yeah.
So the potion was labeled as being able to turn whoever partakes in it into the most perfect being. The dungeon that they found it in was full of undead and vampires. So, what do you think that meant?
Well, to
And the
us,
answer at the time was, "Oh, you don't know."
yeah. That's the sound of
Yeah.
it going over our heads.
Yeah.
And so they gave this potion to Vicky in this attempt that, hey, maybe it would, give her arm back or something.
Vicky
And
was
she's
just
like,
like,
I
thanks, I
don't
guess.
really think she's like, I don't really think I'm gonna, drink this. I'll take, I'm okay without the arm.
And then she was like,
But
oh,
she held on to it because that's what Tyrion wanted. So Arabella goes to New Lywick for the first time and meets with Vicky, and the whole party is a day or two behind.
we don't have wyverns.
Yeah.
Because they don't have wyverns, and Arabella does. And Arabella finds the potion. Now, remember, she is incredibly intelligent and incredibly curious.
So
she studies it.
in a grand total of 2 days, she does this study before we even get there.
Yeah, she starts running experiments on it, and she's like trying to figure out what it is. And
When we get there and she's still studying it,
they're like, "Oh, cool, you're studying it. Well, let us know what it turns out to be."
and then I
Yeah, we
explained,
just left a 12-year-old. We just left a 12-year-old unsupervised with a potentially dangerous potion. We're just like, sick. You let us know.
I explained to her where we found it and like the whole tomb and everything.
And that's whenever that's when she realized what it was.
And then
But she needed to continue studying it, but she didn't say anything about it at the time.
yeah.
We're just like, yep, have fun with that.
So
Okay,
we go
Corey, do you want to explain the scene that happens next?
so we after that it was late at night, so we go to sleep in our manor because in our Kira family's manor because Kira's from the from New Lywick. So we go ahead and go and sleep there, and then we get up, eat breakfast, and then we head on back over. And we come in seeing Arabella face down on the desk, like she like
Dead.
dead. She was dead. So I'm like, well, I mean, I look over all of her notes, and I finally realize what the potion was. So I move her over to the couch, fucking furious because I'm a witcher, right? I'm a monster hunter. I'm supposed to kill vampires.
That's what the potion was.
Yeah, the potion was a vampiric transformation potion. Not just a normal vampire, but a higher one. So here I am, a witcher, just got my first apprentice ever, and in 2 days she's already became a vampire.
A
So
higher vampire,
a higher
which
vampire
you can't kill.
I can't kill. So I'm like as I'm waiting for the transformation to get done, I'm sitting there fucking steaming because I'm fucking mad. And then when she wakes up, I I don't yell at her at this point, but I do like tell her that you're only staying in this first stage. I don't want you drinking any human blood. To which she agrees. Even though she's a higher vampire, she still knows that I'm fucking mad at her because she smells my emotions, even though, how little they are.
Yeah.
But just
And then you guys.
the other thing for reference, this is her father figure.
Yes. Yeah, essentially. Um and then you guys headed to the capital. And Tyrion found out that to progress his nobility, he needed to head to a specific cave system and acquire a very, very, very rare material that was found there. And so you guys set off on the wyverns.
Mm-hmm. Get to the capital. Oh wait, no.
We had to stop for the night.
Yeah.
This was the run-in with the hyenas, wasn't it?
No.
No.
No,
Hyenas was way earlier,
Oh, is this
dude.
the
Yeah.
bandits?
No. You guys headed to the cave.
Yeah,
Not the original hyena balls one. I'm talking about the one Fanfear goes running after some like wolves or something.
No,
that
way
was
later.
later on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's way later,
My
bud.
timeline's off.
So no, I was thinking about something else, but no, we head to the capital, get the quest, and then we head up to get the rock.
Yep. And you guys get to the cave, you find the rock, and on your way out, you meet a new character.
Ah,
The-
yes.
The wizard.
The traitor.
We don't know that yet.
We
Technically, nobody knows that yet.
We know it as
well-
the players. We don't know it as the characters.
Technically, he wasn't the traitor. It's
I'm sorry,
his
the farmer.
yeah. He's the one.
The world's
that-
most powerful, the universe's most powerful farmer.
Yeah, a level 30 wizard.
Yeah.
He,
if anybody's unsure, there is a way to go past level 20. There's a book called Epic Legacy. Wonderful book series, allows you to go up to level 30 with a character class. And essentially the character they found was an incredibly powerful archmage. His name is Martorius, and he is a level 30 wizard. And
He's
he can do some
basically,
very incredible things.
For people who know magic, he's basically a planeswalker.
Yes. Yeah, he is a planeswalker. So you guys meet with Martorius for the first time, first of many. And after that, you guys go back to the capital with your rocks, incredibly heavy rocks, mind you.
Yes.
But during this time, Arabella has subsisted entirely on animal blood. Entirely.
So
Yep.
she doesn't break the agreement that she made with Fanfear, Corey's character.
Correct. And you guys get back to the capital, give the rocks over to the emperor.
I become
and then the
count?
emperor does some flirting.
Yeah.
which Arabella immediately shuts down.
Just so everybody knows, whenever making the transition from human to vampire, you can kind of change your outward appearance a bit. That way you don't appear as a vampiric, and it's almost like a spell, but it essentially allows you to kind of create the perfect image of yourself that you wish that you were. So Arabella's 12, but she appears to be, at this point, almost 16 or 17. The Emperor is 15, almost 16. So he thinks they're the same age.
He's just like, found my queen.
And that turned into a thing later. But yeah, so she there's some flirtation there, and she actually kinda ends up kinda liking him because he's the exact opposite of every single man she's ever known. As interesting as that is. And then something happens behind the scenes that you guys didn't know about for a little while, which was she drank human blood.
I remember the night that it happened, and Katie's character is the only character to notice, and I got upset because I knew she wasn't gonna tell us.
Yep. That became almost a meme in our group.
Yeah.
But turns out something happened that night. She went off for a rendezvous with the Emperor. Not to do anything weird. It was just he wasn't allowed to leave the palace, and that was all he wanted. And so she just took him flying on the Wyvern. And then some things went very, very wrong, and he almost died. And so she also almost died because she protected him. As a result, she ended up essentially on death's door and got force-fed human blood to keep her alive. And so the next day comes. You guys meet with the Emperor again to to collect your reward. And during this, Arabella seems incredibly nervous and kind of out of it a bit.
Which I don't
And
think any of us, well, my character for sure didn't notice.
I noticed,
Yeah.
but I didn't have enough. She didn't have enough time to explain what was happening to me because we were just walking in.
Yeah. And while there, she gets conferred a special title. She gets made a knight. A knight of the crown.
To which we're all just, what?
Yeah, and everybody's just like, wait, what the fuck's going on? Like, this, how did she get this title? And it's official, so, and something that was very important about this title is, with the title, there are certain immunities from the law that you receive. It's important to know that at this point in the Burak Empire's history, they were at war with essentially a kingdom of all undead. So all undead were essentially a kill on sight order.
And now
So
Arabella, as a
higher
undead
vampire,
creature, is kill on sight.
yes, because she doesn't actually gain her
Mortality.
like her real full immortality until she's I believe it's a rank 4.
Yeah.
And at that point, she actually is immortal. Even if she would to be killed, she would just regenerate over a long period of time. So she can still die. It's difficult, but she can still die. You guys leave the capital, head off to go. I believe Brad, you were actually going to go propose.
Yeah, that went well.
Yeah, we were leaving
Yeah,
the Aerofort.
Tyrion had a relationship with
it was a barely a
the Duchess.
relationship. It was basically a like, oh, if I'm in town, like, hook up thing.
Yeah.
Going with the Archduchess.
It was a relationship of sorts with an Archduchess, the Archduchess of Erlfurt. And
The very first time we hook up, my god seed did its job.
yeah, that's essentially a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
So
Long story short, my character is basically like, well, time to man up and be responsible. So here's this person I barely know. Time to propose.
So he bought a ring and all that, and they're heading to Aerofort so he can propose, and they get attacked by a large group of bandits. And they start fighting them. And Arabella almost dies. And to save herself, she starts exsanguinating some of the bandits using her vampire's bite to keep herself alive. And Fanfear sees this.
To be fair, we all saw it.
Yeah, everybody saw it, but more importantly, Fanfear sees this.
And at this point in time, like, I've already drunk, like, I think it was like 2
You're
potions.
like 5 potions deep.
Yeah. I was deep into potions, so my eyes were already blackened.
Adrenaline spiking.
So after the whole conflict is over, I blow up.
Yeah.
I started yelling at her. Like literally at the table, I had to stand up as I was doing this RP. So I was yelling at her that you broke our promise, and
Yeah, and I believe the intent that because I know that you didn't say this in character, but I believe you said verbatim, "I want to kill her."
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah.
Out of character.
And so, if you remember, Arabella can smell people's emotions at this point because combination of vampire senses plus witcher senses means hypersensitivity to everything. And so she knows this. She knows that this is how he feels.
Yeah, but in character, I still wasn't going to kill her. Like, I was just walking up to her, right? But
you were angry. That the key is though you were angry enough to,
yeah.
which is what she was sensing.
Mm-hmm.
And so she
She really.
flees.
Yeah.
She gets on her wyvern and she just takes off.
So one thing we had to roll intimidation versus wisdom at this point, and witchers aren't very charismatic, so I only have a +1 in intimidation and rolled an 8.
Mm-hmm.
She rolled low with advantage. She rolled lower than an 8.
Do you want to know what she rolled?
I think she rolled like a 1 or a 2.
She rolled a 1 and a 2.
Okay, so
That was
yeah.
like that. She for whatever reason could not pass a wisdom save to save her life.
No, she couldn't.
She couldn't pass a saving check to save her life.
Yeah, that's true.
She was incredibly dexterous, uh, pretty charismatic, and super intelligent, but she did not have very high wisdom. She did not have very high strength, and her con was mediocre.
Where I'm very dexterous. My constitution was 20 at the end of the campaign, and my wisdom was like a 16.
Yeah. So she flees. She heads back to the capital, and she explains what happened to the Emperor, Eritron. And there's some other things. I actually wrote a short story about this that was kind of long. But essentially, when they get to the capital the next day, Fanfare is placed under arrest
Yep.
for impeding the duties of a royal knight.
Yep.
And I had to my character had to basically play his lawyer.
Mm-hmm. During the time that you're held in jail, you meet a character, an elf.
Yeah. Which we never ended that story.
Nope, it wasn't meant to. It really wasn't meant for you guys to track him down. He was meant to be the connecting point that you guys needed to what was important.
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys wanted to track him down, I of course would have let you, but you never ended up doing that.
Well, especially
So
after what happened, I don't think anybody really cared.
Well, because yeah, we
yeah,
went immediately from trying to save. We went immediately from trying to like get Arabella back to the whole thing to what happened next in Arrowfort, and then the events that transpired after that.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was like three big things in a row.
yeah, there were a lot of rapid fire events, but the something that we hadn't talked about yet is there was a small point where there was a plague in Arrowfort, which Fanfear was able to come up with a cure for those that were in the first phase of it, and Tyrion had actually used miracles to heal others that had progressed to further tiers. Not a lot of people because his power is incredibly limited, but very importantly, Kira. He saved Kira, and they were able to figure out the source of this plague. It was an elf, and they worked very closely with the Archduchess's wizard,
Seagoth.
Seagoth.
Oh, just hearing that name again.
And so while Fanfear is being held in prison, because they had told the capital about this elf starting this plague in Arrowfort. As Fanfare is in prison, guess who else is in prison? It's the elf.
Because we
Seagoth.
told
Or no, not
because one of
Because
our
he got captured on his way into the city because he was a wanted man. And guess who corroborates the story that he had nothing to do with the plague in Arrowfort? Seagoth.
Now,
So
when my character heard this, like he made a mental note, but he was still depressed after like what has happened. Like,
so he
cause
just neglects to tell any of us.
no, I told you guys. I told you guys, but like I said, other stuff was happening at the time. I did tell you guys, as I got brought out after my sentencing.
Yeah. Um, So Fanfare goes before the emperor for the court case. It's essentially your public defender tries really hard to try to get you out of a death sentence.
Yeah.
Um, and the emperor does end up finding you guilty.
Yep.
And he goes easy on you.
Yeah. He
He strips you of all of your titles and of your guardianship of Arabella.
I didn't. Okay, so at this point, I'm not even Fanfare of Landhouse. I'm just Fanfare, wandering soul.
Yeah,
Well,
essentially.
soon there wouldn't be there wouldn't be a land house for you to be of, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
So
later.
so my sentencing was he took. No, he like tried to beat me.
Well, I mean, he did beat you.
He did beat me,
You
but
let him beat you.
I rolled higher than his I rolled my con saves are higher than his strength scores.
Yeah. So you didn't take damage, but you did get beat up.
Yeah.
It didn't hurt as bad as it could have. But
Where-
nah, he beat you kind of badly, and then he basically said, you know what? Not only do you no longer have guardianship over Arabella, but she fucking owns you now.
Yeah.
So you're gonna do whatever she says until she says you're done.
Yep. So after that, I get let out, and I basically just sulk in a corner.
Yeah, that's basically your character for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After this point, Arabella comes and tells you that she has some warrants that she needs to execute, and that you're going to accompany her whether you like it or not,
Mhm.
and you're going to help her whether you like it or not,
Yeah.
and she's going to do things her way whether you like it or not.
Yep.
And that's when Arabella's backstory comes a little bit more into view. Because as the group finds out, the some of the missing time periods of Arabella's story that you know, she had been held as a slave for over half of her life. And the warrants that she had been given to execute were against her captors, her owners, so to say. That was a very, very interesting and emotional part of the campaign.
She forced me to castrate a man.
Yep, that happened. Um,
And I was really
and
good at it. Apparently.
yeah, you rolled really well on that. Actually, you did it pretty well. He lived.
Yeah.
However, the family where the farm had actually been, they were all killed one way or another. Um, but
And
that was when some of that backstory was revealed to you of what she had been through.
and after that, I finally started to let out my emotions to her.
Hmm. After that, she kind of said goodbye to the party. Um,
She was still a very important character, but she was no longer traveling with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at this point she had been essentially acting as a fourth party member, under the DM's control. That kind of helped out, but at this point she said, goodbye to the party. She released Fanfare um, from his essentially his sentence, um, and gave the second Wyvern to Kira. And Kira at this point had been kind of a mother figure to Arabella. And at this point, the party actually kind of broke up. With Arabella leaving, Carol actually went off her own way and decided that traveling with Fanfare and Tyrion just might not be for her anymore. Fanfare and Tyrion went to Arrowfort, and
So I could
Kira stayed
finally
behind.
propose.
Yeah, and Kira stayed behind in Landhouse. Um, Kira would eventually go to the capital to try to seek out to essentially ask to become Arabella's like adoptive mother. Um, and Kira would then thus leave the campaign permanently at this point. She would still be around, but she would no longer be controlled by my wife. Also during this time period, Tyrion and Fanfear went to Arrowfort to propose.
And now I think it's Brad's time to speak.
So the person I'm proposing to is the Archduchess Malfa, who's just like an NPC, but an NPC that I
Was having a kid with.
that I was having a kid with. So I had met the Archduchess Mal. We had all met the Archduchess Malfa back during the plague, and it was revealed to the Archduchess that I was basically a demigod.
When you tried to
It's
hold
important to
the
note, you met her before that too. Whenever you
Yeah.
first went to Arrowfort, you met with her, and she is the one that sent you off to the Tomb of Ulmir, which is when you found out that you were a demigod.
Yes.
And she gave you guys a couple gifts. She gave you the mobile fortress, the deployable fortress strap on.
Yeah.
And she also gave you the immovable rod Girthy.
Yeah.
Great names.
Both of those were basically just memes.
Yeah, the Girthy rod.
Yeah.
And when we came back with the god artifact, you tried to keep it away from her, from letting her know. And she smacked you up on the upside of the head with it and told us to repay her for lying to her, fix the plague.
Yes. So we fixed the plague. And long story short, I end up in bed.
Yeah. That night after being fucking hit over the head with the orb, you end up having sex with her.
Yes. And then you know, a child is conceived. I decide
On accident.
by accident. And I decide, well, time for me to get my act together. I had basically just been like nothing. I was playing a walking shitpost in the campaign, and decided it was time for this shitpost to become a real post. And so I had bought the engagement ring, and got like sidetracked with all of the other stuff that was going on. And so we finally have time to go back, and I get to propose.
And you guys get to Arrowfort, and Arrowfort is under lockdown.
So the first thing we do is run directly to the palace, because, you know, obviously something's going on, and we don't know what. I basically did we
You
fight
had
our way in, or did I just
no.
You guys were able to sneak in through a
We-
back passageway through the ale cellar.
Yeah. And then once we got up to the palace doors,
I used my absolute favorite spell in the campaign, and that was
Shatter!
shatter on the palace doors, which blew them open right up.
Yep. And what do I see but Seagoth sitting on the throne with what would have been my fiance lying dead at his feet. The Archduchess Malfa, deposed by her own palace wizard. And Tyrion sees red, and eventually we kill Seagoth, but not before the Archduchess is brought back as a zombie and used to attack us, and then turned to dust.
No time for questions, only violence.
No time
So
for
it's important to know that at this point,
Seagoth woke up choosing violence.
it's important to know that at this point, Brad had already brought a character back to life. Not through a class ability, but through a role play, like the role play demigod ability. He'd already resurrected somebody. So Melfi being dead, that wasn't necessarily the worst thing that could happen, because you can still bring her back.
Yeah.
The problem is
all I need is a body. Well, before the fight was ended, there was no body left.
Yeah, so
Get it?
one of Seagoth's last spells, anything that dies to it disintegrates into dust and ash. And the zombie Melfa died to it and turned to dust and ash, leaving behind no body, which means no resurrection. And this entire time, Brad was like so sure, like, oh well, this isn't gonna be that bad. We can kill Seagoth, then I can resurrect her.
Until I couldn't.
And I just have to say, as a DM, it was so pleasurable watching the hope and dreams just drain from your face as I describe her body turning to ash, and just seeing you sit there with your head down, just nodding constantly as you just it was like I broke you.
His favorite line at the end of the night was, "That was a nice rug pull."
That was a good rug pull.
I appreciated it as a player. My
It was,
character really didn't.
you could tell this man was like choking back tears.
Not really. Like,
Dude,
I was.
you did
It
not
was.
see
It
your
was.
face.
I.
And hear your voice.
It was. It was. It was emotional because I had like connected to my character, so I was trying to. I was role playing what my character would feel like, and to be fair, it was more emotional than I thought it was going to be. Like, the me as the player, like it was
Yeah.
more emotional than I thought it was going to be. That being said, it was not as they describe it. I was
So
not.
so
Okay, man.
so Seagoth tries to run away because he can't really fight a Witcher as a wizard. So he runs away. I catch up, fucking murder his ass, and then we receive a letter from one of the delegates from Landhouse.
Declaring a secession.
So we go ahead, grab that, and stay for the night. Tyrion doesn't want to go into Melfa's house to see Melfa's room to see what they had for anything. So my character, as his best friend for like a decade at that point, goes in, sees what she has, and basically finds a list of baby names.
Yeah, that was an emotional point too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just skipping ahead a little bit, we end up heading back to the capital.
Hmm. And on your way there, you meet a new character.
Layla.
Yep.
A half-elf sorceress with golden scales,
Truly
walking
meeting both of us at our lowest point.
walking naked past us. And what did we did? We just kept
Kept
going.
going. She was basically like the most bubbly character in our party, and like immediately tried to come with that energy to like meet these two strangers on the road who are just not having it.
Yeah, literally, she was just like, "Well, I have brandy," and we immediately drank all the brandy, got up, and still left.
Yeah. She was like, she was trying to introduce herself, like become friends with us, and we're just like, we're not having any of it at all. And then so she just decides to switch tactics to get our attention, like, hey, I've got alcohol, and we're just like, all right, bet. Drink all our
Yeah.
alcohol, still have like no like don't like want nothing to do with the character, just because like literally both of us are just like at our lowest point, and she just sort of tags along. We eventually do become very good friends with her after.
Yeah.
It was my wife's
things
new
settle down.
character because Kira was now out of the picture.
So we head to the capital.
Yep.
And what's the first thing we see at the capital?
Oh, that was when you met Ashlyn for the first time.
Yep. We saw
You guys walk with the Emperor into the throne room, and Ashlyn is laying on the throne playing with a knife.
So, for
And
reference, describe Ashlyn a little more, her backstory.
Ashlyn is an interesting character. So one of the things about the Burok Empire is, much like Europe in the early days, it believed in marrying into your own family for royalty
So she
and
was
keeping the bloodline pure.
so she was going to be the emperor's wife
Yes.
until Arabella came into the picture.
Yes. Um, she was Eritron's cousin, and they were betrothed, as was basically law.
And then the first thing we saw going into the capital that day was the Pope being beheaded and the church dissolving.
Yes. Yes,
Not
that
my
was
church, the
Not your
official
church.
church.
Yeah.
the official church, because it was found out. Arabella had exposed that the church had been up to some really shady shit, and had concealed the fact that all of the gods died.
Yeah. So
There were no gods to worship anymore. They were quite literally all dead. And for a lot of people outside of the empire, this was actually very well known. Um, this wasn't exactly secret information, but in the empire, the church had such control over the empire itself that even the emperor, who's supposed to be the head of state, had no clue that the gods were dead until Arabella had basically confronted him with solid, concrete evidence of the fact that it was true. At that point, the church was dissolved, and the pope was beheaded by the emperor, Emperor Eritron.
and then the meeting with Ashlyn commences.
Mm-hmm.
Eritron cancels the betrothment and she's happy about it.
Yep, and immediately starts hitting on Fanfare.
Yep. And
Fanfare's having none of it.
yeah, I think one of my first things that I ever said to her was directed at Eritron and was just like, Eritron, please get her away from me.
Yep.
But
She was kind of intimidating uh to be around for you guys as well.
Yeah,
yeah,
she was level 11 while we were level 9s.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, on top of that, she also had a certain item, which was a custom magic item. It was Gloves of Phoenix Dexterity, um, which is essentially just like you have like belts of strength that can set your strength score. The Gloves of Phoenix Dexterity set your dexterity score to 26, which is very, very, very high. And as a rogue, that makes it all the more scary. So she was able to essentially go toe to toe with Fanfare with everything he did, which is something that no one other than aside from other witches could do. And worse still, she could sneak up on him, and he had no idea, that she was even there.
Because at this point, I had what I think like a +8 in perception with advantage all the time. Still, still
Yep.
couldn't, still couldn't detect her.
Still had a very hard time, detecting when she would sneak up on him, and they would spar, and neither like he wouldn't be able to land a hit on her. She was just um, too fast, too dexterous, and she would basically just sit there and tease him and try to sleep with him,
Yeah.
and he kept saying no.
yeah,
Until like she came back after like getting the mercenaries built up, the army for Landhouse.
yeah. And then one of the other things that made her incredibly, incredibly, incredibly intimidating was she was also one of the more powerful lords in all of the in the Burok Empire.
Yes, she was actually the leader of the army.
Yeah. And then
She had murdered her way up the chain of command, essentially. It was now the leader of the province of the army, um, which meant that she was incredibly powerful politically. And up to this point, she was also incredibly powerful because she was also essentially the going to be the empress.
yeah. So so what happens was one of the main leading things about Fanfare and Ashlyn was Ashlyn really wanted to sleep with him, and Fanfare was like, "No, B, I'm good." But that's because Arabella, he hasn't had like emotions for like 30 years, right? Ever since ever since some shit happened. I'm about to get into that. So, Fanfear's last girlfriend, wife, whatever, last significant other, was another Witcher by the name Evis, which is one of the reasons why another Witcher didn't want to help train Arabella. It was because Witcheresses are basically turned into assassins later on in their lives, and that's what happened to Evis.
It's kind of like one of those like it's not necessarily a role, but it's one of those traditional thinkings, an old wives' tale, so to say. And he had gone against what people had said, and he had taken a female, a young girl as his apprentice, and she became an assassin. And the order ended up having to kill her because she was a traitor to the order, and that was how that relationship had ended, even though they had been so close.
And how it ended was, I was one of the I caught up to her, and I was trying to talk things out with her, but she knew another Witcher was coming, her mentor, and he wasn't going to hear any of it. So to distract him, she stabbed me right in the middle of the chest and left me to die, so she could escape. And basically, I spent another decade in Carolina basically healing my wounds because it was a very deep wound. And the only reason why I was able to survive was because I had to exceed my potion limit to make sure that I wasn't going to die. And basically, I spent 10 years just basically fucking sulking about it while teaching the other like apprentices how to fence, because that was my main thing as a witcher, is because I was really good in dex, so I was a really good sword master. And since the
Weren't very good with potions or signs.
yeah, but basically it was a joke where it was just like, all right, so this is what you make with your hands, this is what you drink, get out there and go and fence.
Yeah.
So Arabella started to break the foundation of like being unemotionless. So now I'm experiencing all these feelings again after like our last speech, and then I exposed that to Ashlyn to have her stop hitting on me and stop trying to get to me, and then she exposed her past as well.
Hmm.
And she was walking out because after doing that she didn't really want it, but my character kind of had more so the common sense to know that that probably wasn't the best ending, so he gave into his desires and fucked her all night long.
Yeah, yeah, essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was the beginning of that relationship.
Yeah.
But shortly after this, the army set forth under the command of Tyrion to take care of the Landhouse traitors.
Yep. So I was going to get my revenge on the group of people that had basically
killed killed
killed
your
my
fiance.
fiance.
Yeah.
So I was placed in charge, mostly just to keep Ashlyn from uh, killing everybody.
How'd that go?
We killed everyone.
You committed a war crime.
Yeah, I mean, I just drowned an entire city. Like it,
Yeah.
not my fault.
So there's this incredibly rich part in the empire called Grafendom, and it is a massive dam of magical waters that was created long, long, long time ago by an ancient civilization, and it held back this massive flood and cascade of waters. Like the dam was like a mile high. It's massive. And with permission from the emperor, they had permission to open it and flood the river valley. Guess what's in that river valley?
The city of Landhouse.
The city of Landhouse. Guess what didn't exist after they opened the dam?
The city of Landhouse.
Yeah, the whole thing drowned. War crime happened.
I mean, it's only a crime if you get caught. If our own history has taught us anything,
Yeah, that's
it's only
entirely fair.
it's only a crime. Well, it's a crime, but you only get prosecuted if you're like
If you're on the losing side.
if you're on the losing side.
Yeah.
We were
Um,
on the winning side. And no crime occurred.
Yeah.
yeah, so they flooded out Landhouse. They were able to get down, and a big battle started about a day or two later with the remaining forces of Landhouse versus the army of the rest of the Empire. It was a difficult fight, but um, I actually kind of played it in a bit of like the Dynasty Warriors kind of army combat, where like the sides would fight a little bit, and a couple people would die, but then like Chain would come in here and shatter and like wipe out like 30 people. You'd have Lila that would come in and would just like cast a spell and just wipe out a whole like a whole regiment or something.
And
It
then
was, and
fan
then there was Fanfare that was kind of sitting off to the side. You did join in towards the end to
I
take care of.
the
A
giant.
monster.
Yeah, there were a few monsters that the Landhouse people were using to help bolster their numbers, and Fanfare did jump in to take care of those. But during that time period, Ashlyn, who the party had started to warm up to a little bit,
Like I accepted her fucking crazy and evil actions. It's
And
like
I was leaning heavily on her for like tactical advice because I'm just a bard, but placed in
yeah,
charge of the Imperial Army. So I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, Commander, why don't you help me? And then
yeah.
she's whispering in my ear, "Flood the valley, flood the valley, flood the valley." And I'm just like, guys, maybe we should flood the valley.
But yeah, battle ensued. Um, Arabella even showed up to help with the battle at one point.
uh
Towards the end, her and her wyverns came in and wiped out a large section of the army, and she helped fight. After the battle, Ashlyn took an arrow to the
thigh.
thigh. Um, there were a lot of casualties on both sides. Um, Tyrion, you worked out a bit of a prisoner exchange, so to say. And so, do you remember what your offer was, Brad?
Basically, they could go to New Lywick and their, you know, crimes, their Civil War crimes would be forgiven, or they could face somebody in trial by combat and basically just be left alone to do whatever they wanted, uh,
Or die?
or die, basically. And there were only how many? Like there were like 40 of them left. Like after the battle, all of them were in like pretty rough shape.
Uh, there were a lot more alive after that, but there were like 100 to 200 that wanted the trial by combat, and by the end of the trial by combat, there was only like 40 left.
Okay, but a lot of people took a lot of people took my offer to go to New Lywick and basically be forgiven. So, I
That bolstered your religious following even more.
well, yeah, and just or 2 days before or whatever, the city under Grafendam was gonna get wiped out if we opened it. So I told all 5,000 there, convince them to go to New Lywick.
So Lywick went from a city of like a few thousand people to 10,000.
Like in 2 days.
Yeah, real fast. Vicky was not happy.
Yeah, no,
Vicky was not happy at all.
not happy, and it did lead to a small food shortage for a little bit. But in the end, it worked out for the best.
Yep.
I don't,
But after the battle, you guys went to Kerleda because you know that a small contingent of people had gone there, and sacked
After
it.
after Arabella basically fucking just just hurt me even more. Call
Yeah,
yeah.
she called you out.
Yeah, no, she called me out for being for being stupid and like playing neutral.
Yeah, she essentially called you a coward.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we were all calling him a coward, and we were all calling him a little bitch. But she was the
You
one.
you ordered a regiment to call me a pussy.
Yeah, you did. I forgot about that.
But yeah, Tyrion was a fantastic character, if I do say so myself. But no, but yeah, we went to Carolita. The reason that we went to Carolita was because the leader of the rebellion and the person I had a personal vendetta against had escaped the battle and had gone to sack Carolita. So we followed him. We were hunting him down.
Yep.
And
And he
then,
got there, and he was already dead.
yep, because Arabella killed him.
Yep. She had stopped it. She had seen what was going on at Carolita as she had flown overhead on her wyvern, and she took everybody out uh, before she'd even gone to the battle. And so yeah, she took care of that. So you guys were basically just there doing cleanup duty at that point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then something happened that night.
I left the order.
Oh, that's one thing that happened, but there was
Uh,
another very important thing that happened that night.
the beast.
The Beast.
We
The
had our first
BBEG.
interaction with the beast.
Yep.
We wake up in the middle of the night to what is essentially like almost like a mini earthquake. It sounds like massive footsteps are coming our way.
Tremors in the ground as the sky grew even darker and the wind picks up and everybody starts getting a bit restless as Layla realizes, because she's seen the beast before, what's happening. She starts to freak the fuck out, and everybody gets the hell out of Dodge.
Yep.
And this was the time whenever we had the fight with the giant wolves.
So
after we had escaped.
yeah,
It was after you guys escaped. You guys
that's
set up camp in the forest for the night. And Fanfear, while on watch, hears some wolves in the distance.
and being like emotionally broken because basically I was told if I fought Ashlyn, the person that I was, forming a relationship at the time wouldn't have gotten hurt. So, and, also, the sacking of my, basically my childhood home, feeling a bit broken, maybe fighting off some wolves would bring me some strength, and I utterly get fucking destroyed, call up for help.
Yeah, these level 10 characters at this point, I believe it is. I believe you guys were level 10 at this point.
Yes.
Level 10 characters almost TPKing to like 4 or 5 giant wolves.
It was almost entirely bad luck. But yes, we did almost die.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was really close.
Yeah, it's because we couldn't hit anything for some reason. Like we were all just rolling low numbers. But yeah, we managed
incredibly low.
Yeah, we managed to, finish the fight, and then we went up, got to New Lywick, and literally just took a long rest. That's when I started, sketching again, and then we went to the capital after our long rest. After Arabella actually came and visit us in New Lywick.
The emotional one got in his feels and nearly killed us all.
Yeah. Oh man, it was one of those things that was just like, I was just trying to like provide some flavor to Fanfear sitting and keeping watch. And I just said, you hear some very loud wolves in the distance. And so his decision was to, let's go investigate.
Yeah, by myself.
By myself. Oh, you guys have no idea how close to a TPK that actually was. Because something I didn't tell you, and I'm going to reveal it now, is that some of those wolves attacks ended up being critical, and I just turned them into normal hits. And if I would have actually rolled critical damage on some of those, you guys would have TPK'd to those wolves. Because that's how close it was.
Jesus Christ.
And no offense to any D&D purists out there, no offense, but at this point we had this phenomenal story going on. I was not going to kill that story to dice rolls like this. Not to wolves. If this was against a boss or a planned encounter that was meant to be difficult, that's more acceptable. But to a random encounter of wolves that really should not have even happened.
And just
I wasn't going to end the campaign to that.
and phenomenally bad luck on our part.
Yeah, like we
Yeah.
were all rolling low numbers, even with me with my with I think I had like +1 weapons with 20 decks. It just wasn't it just wasn't cool. So we head to New Lywick. Arabella coming back from north, like the North Country, uh
Hmm.
saw that we were there, and we stopped by, asked what was up, and and had a little bit more of a bonding moment with her.
Well, there's just one thing that we skipped over real quick. We let the Emperor know that we were going to be late coming back.
Yeah.
No,
Because we ran into the beast.
yeah.
We sent a note ahead to the capital that, hey, we're heading to New Lywick instead because we ran into basically the big bad.
And then we that was also sent to Ashland as well.
Yes.
Yep.
But anyway, so you and Arabella.
Yeah. We had a nice little bonding moment. I showed her like that I'm getting back into sketching. And then after a day she goes and flies off, and then the next day we go out and we go back to the capital.
Yep. There was another encounter on the road. I think that we didn't. It's not that we skipped over it. It was just it feels really unimportant in the scope of what was going on at the time. But you guys came across a tree. Do you remember the tree?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the corrupted tree.
Yeah, there was a corrupted tree. It was basically a corrupted tree, and it was very angry. But Lila knows a lot of fire spells.
Yeah, so it was
So she made quick work of it.
yeah. It was not a threat. It was not a very big threat to
Yeah, it died very quickly. It was supposed to be a lot harder than what it ended up being, but turns out level 10 sorcerer with a fuck ton of fire spells beats Treant every time.
So then we head up to the capital, and we go and talk to the emperor, give him basically a briefing at that point. And then I start to ask about Ashlyn because budding relationship, wanting to see where she's at, because I already knew that she was coming back. And then he goes and tells me, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and so that's whenever you guys find out what happened to Ashlyn. So Ashlyn initially refused help from Tyrion because she figured that there were other people that needed it more than she did, and she's had these kind of wounds before. It's not that big of a deal. She can deal with it.
and
Uh,
she doesn't want to owe anyone anything.
that's another big part of it. She doesn't want to owe anything to anybody because something that the characters don't know at this point, but she already has at this point had already sold her soul to an archdemon. She already owed quite a bit. Um, and so she makes the ride back to the capital, which is a 3-day journey on horseback. And in that time, the wound in her leg gets very, very, very infected. And by the time that she gets back to the capital, it has gotten necrotic and ends up going under the knife in surgery and loses the majority of the muscle in her leg, in her thigh, her calf, and her buttock, meaning that she has very limited mobility now. She almost can't bear any weight on it at all. Um, and that's the moment where her and Arabella have a bit of a bonding moment um, after she almost commits suicide. But that ended up being what, a 60-page short story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
um, yeah, that whole endeavor ended up being a 60-page short story, and it told her entire story as well as Arabella's entire story. Um, but that's very shortly after that is when Fanfare enters the picture, tries to cheer her up. She's just not having it.
So
And,
I tried to cheer her up.
and she's not having it.
She's
And
really not having it.
Yeah,
and
she stabbed me with a knife.
yeah.
Yep.
And I think on the day that we were leaving, I slid her a sketch that I thought she would kind of enjoy at that point, which was a self-portrait. And then we head out, and then we were sent on a mission to figure out like what's going on with all these puppets that are like sprouting around the area of Wollendorf.
Mm-hmm. And that's when the archdemon started to come into the picture. So you guys had been familiar with one of the archdemons, kind of. You guys had known about Malakir.
Yes.
In fact, one of the first, I guess you could say, bosses that you fought was a servant of Malakir.
Who really did not like me at all.
Yeah, you guys fought him at some point. His name was
I, th-
Genbal.
I think like 4 or 5 times.
Well, so you guys fought him in Lywick after taking care of the crypt, and
Yeah.
then when you guys went to the tomb of Ulmir, you fought him again. He had been brought back to life, and you killed him again.
Yeah. And then we fought him at.
We'll get there. We'll get
Okay.
there.
All right.
So the archdemon started coming more into the story because there was these weird puppet-like creatures around Wollendorf that were attacking people and driving people off. They basically T-posed on people to assert dominance and then cut their heads off. And so they go to try to provide aid and end up being directed to the dwarven city, Stalinwald. In Stalinwald, some interesting things happened. You guys played some Click Clack,
Yep.
which is basically Pool, but the dwarven variant.
Yeah.
And you also met a dragon. So you guys met the dragon, the golden dragon, Rathun.
Yep. And that's when I realized, oh wait, dragons can also be mutated as well. Because I pulled the Geralt way, where no, there's only red, green, and brown dragons. There can't be no golden ones unless they were undergone mutations. And then I realized, oh wait, Arabella mutated her wyverns with
Yeah,
like, well, within like 12 hours of being a witcher. I'm like, oh yeah, that.
yeah, yeah. It's kind of important to
It
realize
is
that.
possible.
Yeah, but the golden dragon Rathun revealed a couple very important pieces of information to you guys. Um, these weird puppet things were being controlled either by the archdemon Venin or the archdemon Citri. Venin is the archdemon of like deception and deceptive plans and backstabbing and stuff like that. And Citri is the archdemon of lust and desire and giving in to what you want at most. Um, he also revealed that in this dwarven vault is one of the imperial artifacts, the crown of Galt,
Yes. And
which he forced the dwarven king to give to Lila, um, and he begrudgingly allowed it to happen.
at the end of the day, Lila did get written into the book, though.
Yeah, I
I
think
think
you
we
all
all
did.
made the book.
I don't think I did. I don't think I did anything to upset the Dwarven King.
Well, I think just our party made the group, or made the book.
I believe so. Yes. But after that, you guys were finally equipped with the tools to go and fight whichever archdemon it was that was doing this. And there was kind of a final stand that was going to happen at Wollendorf. So you guys went down, you prepared for the battle, it started, you guys were fighting, and then you guys see this massive, like, mere battle sphere appear.
Which, for again those uninitiated in magic, it's basically just like a massive ball of
Bodies.
And so we're just sort of like, maybe that's where the problem's coming from. So being a cleric, I dimension doored over there.
Cleric?
You're
Or
a
You mean a
not
bard.
cleric,
bard?
a bard. I dimension doored over there to see if I couldn't get in and stop the problem before it completely overran the
Yeah, and
meager
you took
defenses
you
of the
took
town.
Lila with you, and you guys attacked it a little bit and couldn't really do a lot of damage to it, but it eventually opened up, and there was a character inside that you recognized beckoning you in.
Yes, beckoning me, Tyrion, in, and
Yeah, you specifically.
that was Malfa. And
Yes,
so, um, what wasn't she also naked?
I think so. Yeah.
So I fail my wisdom throw, and I essentially just step right in.
Yep.
Whatever awaits. I can't tear myself away.
Yep.
So
You step in, and it's basically this pocket dimension, which is basically just a fancy bedroom. And you figure out pretty quickly that this is not Malfa, obviously, but it's the Archdemon Citri taking the form of Malfa. And the Archdemon offers you a possible deal. The battle will end right now, and he will leave, and you will also receive the Soul of Ashlyn. In exchange, you will do 3 favors for Citri. 3 unspecified favors
I would
to be
not know.
determined at a later date.
Yes, I would not be able to figure out what they were. I would not be able to know what they were before I did them. And if at any point I uh, decided I didn't want to do them, I would lose Ashlyn's soul.
Yes, the soul would be taken back.
So I said, okay,
Hmm.
let's see what happens.
And they sealed the deal as an Archdemon of Lust would seal it, as you can
Basically, I
imagine.
had crazy sex for what felt like 24 hours, when in reality it was about what? It was like a minute outside.
Not even a minute.
So, Fanfear, after watching all the bodies fall and just go back, and him coming out of that giant sphere, he
Unscathed.
unscathed, he asked what was going on.
Well, a little scathed, maybe.
Yeah.
But Tyrion, being the natural orator and just massively charismatic bard, uh, I lied and said, "Well, nothing happened. Don't worry about it. We
I did
won."
I did roll a perception check before this to smell, and I did smell that you had some interesting scent on you.
Pheromones.
Yeah.
Yes, but after I convinced you that nothing happened, all was well.
Yeah. I got a little bit annoyed at the fact that, the person that was supposed to get Ashlyn's soul back was supposed to be me. That's how I felt because, I was the one that was in a relationship with her, and that did not happen.
Well,
Yep.
But
you should have known the dimension door spell, and then
oh
all would
boy,
have been well.
I know. Why didn't I think about the dimension door sign? Man, this is why I should have gone with the School of the Griffin. They know all the signs. But yeah, no. After that, we headed back to the capital.
Yep.
Ashlyn was in good spirits. Tyrion gave Ashlyn her soul back.
Which she was reluctant to take back at first,
But
Yes.
because
did.
but did, because she wasn't sure what I had to do to get it back, which is, I think, the reason behind her hesitancy at
Hmm.
first. But
Yes.
And then I think that night,
that night I was called to do my first task.
yeah, because it was during the wedding of Arabella and Eritron.
Yep. That it wasn't that night. It was a few nights later.
Oh, okay.
But it was, the wedding was in like 2 days after you got back. You guys went to the wedding. It was lovely. I believe you sang some songs that became very popular.
Yes, and I also met. That was also when I met Volgrath.
Volgrath, yes, Volgrath is an incredibly important character. It was the first paladin of the demigod Tyrion.
Yes, he was the first paladin of the Order of the Morning Song.
Yep, and that's whenever you met him. The wedding goes pretty well, and the next day, that is whenever you were called to do your first task.
So I can't. I don't have much choice. Either I do the task or Ashlyn loses her soul. So I agree to do the task, and it turns out my first task is just drop a letter
Yep, without being seen.
without being seen, without being caught. Drop a letter.
And the most important part is you're not allowed to look and see what's in the letter at
Yes,
all. You're not allowed to know who you're delivering it to. All you know is that you are delivering a letter that you cannot look at, that you don't know the contents of, and you don't know who it's being delivered to. All you have to do is slide it under the door without being seen.
yes. Who was it to? Now that we're done with the campaign.
You already knew this. This was answered later on.
I have a shitty memory.
It's fine. We'll get to it
Okay.
because it has to do with the second favor.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Anyway, so I completed the favor to the letter of the law. Was not spotted.
Yep. Went back. Went to bed.
Yep.
First favor complete.
Pretty
then,
minor.
And then we start learning how to fly wyverns.
Yep. You guys do eventually get your own wyverns. You learn how to fly them. You get a gun.
Yeah, I got a
From-
gun.
Yep. One of the there was a elven spirit attached to a weapon that Kira had, who was a blacksmith, and he ended up making a gun for Fanfare. That would come important during the next part whenever you guys would head off to a town that was under siege.
Mm-hmm. And
It was powerful. It was really powerful.
Yeah.
And this is whenever you came across Genval again,
yeah.
who was brought back from the dead for the third time.
Mm-hmm. So
And boy, did he have a murder boner for you.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Uh
But it could have been really bad, but with the assistance of the wyverns, you guys were able to take them out pretty easily
mhm.
and head back to the capital, triumphant and victorious.
I did have a curse on me that the emperor did fix.
Yes.
Because that was really important at the time. Was like, I have this giant black scar on me. How did it get there?
Yep, it occurred during a fight with Genval.
Like
Do you remember what the curse would have made you do?
it would have killed me. It would make me kill my loved ones. And
Yep.
considering Ashlyn already proposed to me at this time, and I also got the ring like during the arc in the town during in the siege. Tyrion did give me the ring that he was going to buy for that he was going to propose to Melfa with.
Yep.
So he gave me the ring, and I gave it to her that night before telling the group about what's happening. And uh, Aerotron cured it, and the next morning, me and him get into like a closet, like in the dining room, and I asked him like, what was the curse, and he told me, in my sleep, I would have killed my loved ones, and
Yep.
considering that I think I was like, we were like what level 11, level 12 at the time, maybe level 13,
Hmm.
and Ashlyn was still like only level 11 and lost her ability, I would have outright killed her.
Yeah, most likely. But during shortly after this, there was a very, very big secret that was revealed.
Yeah, like
Arabella was pregnant,
yeah,
which should not have been possible because she was a witcher,
and also a
but
vampire.
and also a vampire. But as it came to be known, she had been given a blessing by an archangel to be able to bear a singular child, who would be named Lavanael, and it would be the greatest ruler the country had ever seen. Because at that point that blessing had already been given, it was already presupposed that they were going to be married, and so that was basically preordained to happen. And so she was pregnant, and then the secret came out, which was Eritron had already made a deal for his firstborn with Martorius. And this is where things started to fall apart.
This is why we started explaining this, was because Arabella can only have one singular child, right? Ashlyn is indebted to both Arabella and Eritron. And as we were all talking about this, she basically told everybody except for Eritron and Tyrion to get out of Eritron's bedroom.
As this conversation was going on, it's important to know that as soon as Ashlyn found this out, she stormed. She basically slapped Eritron across the face as hard as she could possibly manage, and decided to roll her sneak attack dice with this attack, with this because it was just pretty extreme.
Yeah.
Because that would have been her child at the time he had made that deal. That would have been her child because
Yes.
they had been betrothed by the system to have been married. And so she ended up making the ultimate decision that you made this deal. I am indebted to you and to Arabella. So I will bear the firstborn to give to Martorius. Whether I don't want to do this, but I will do this not for your sake, but for Arabella's. And that was a big moment.
That was a big moment. And she asked Tyrion
I gave
she asked she asked Tyrion to bless Eritron.
yeah. So
Blessing Eritron with fertility so that they only had to do this one time.
and it worked.
It worked.
It worked really well.
It worked a little too well, one might say,
Yeah.
because as they found out a few days later, she was going to have triplets.
She was going to have triplets. And we didn't know this at the time. Like, we didn't know that she was going to have triplets. We knew that she was going to be pregnant because before we found out, we were sent on a quest to find the sword after, I was steaming off, setting off mini nukes to expand the holy lake because I was so fucking pissed off.
Yes, and
That
you guys were sent off on a mission to go find the Sword of Malagant, which was believed to be somewhere off the coast on an island.
Yep.
And you guys were just like, okay, well, let's go do this. Not realizing at the time that the island was surrounded in a time bubble.
Oh, I think we actually did know this. I think Martorius and Godfrey did give us the info.
He did not tell you until you guys had departed.
Oh, okay.
And so you guys went off on your quest to find the sword.
Mm-hmm. And we
Um,
were gone for, it was what, 4d4, and you rolled 3 4s and 1 3.
yeah, it was 44 months is how long the time bubble would dilate. So while they were only on this island for
Not
not even a
even.
week,
Yeah.
not even a week, um, they were in real time gone for almost exactly a year. And boy, there's a lot that happens in a year with pregnancies.
Yeah. Yeah. And on the ship on the way back after we successfully completed our mission, fighting Ganval for the 4th and then fifth time, where one time he grabbed me and jumped into a thing of fucking lava.
He did that to two of us, Corey.
Yeah, but he really wanted it to do that to me.
Yeah.
Like he couldn't kill me, so he was just like, you know what? If I can't kill you, I'm gonna kill the ones around you.
Yeah. Let's back up for just a second. Before all this happened, Tyrion had to do his second favor.
Yes. I was told to show up to an address. I was not told
And partake in the activities.
and partake in the activities. I was not told what the activities were, or what the address was of the, what was at the address waiting for me. So I was flying blind, and well, I get there, and I get invited inside a very nice looking house by a very nice looking woman, and I was told by the woman to drink some punch, and so I did, and then I don't remember what happened after.
It was essentially a massive, massive orgy.
And in this orgy, um, and it being essentially like the Middle Ages, I was not wearing a
Protective covering.
yes, a contraceptive device.
And
And so there were a lot of pregnancies that resulted.
How many? 19
Lots.
yeah, you had 19 children and
with
one
eight,
of and with a
with
set of twins.
yes, 19 children with 18 different women.
Yep. And that was the second favor.
And then I left for a year.
Yep, and then he was gone for a year. But it's important to say that because the third favor, Citri appeared to you and said, was that time, right? Whenever
Yes.
she gave you the small insignia on your hand.
Yes.
Yeah, Citri appeared and put a small insignia on his hand and said, whenever you come across this archdemon that's waiting for you, whenever you've finally gotten to it, just touch the insignia on your hand, and that's the last favor. And so you guys went, fought Genval for the fifth and final time, and Malakir, an archdemon, showed up.
And she was screaming at us.
Yep. And that was when Tyrion touched the insignia on his hand. Citri showed up and then devoured the soul of Malakir.
And we had inadvertently helped an archdemon become twice as powerful.
Yep. After this, you guys went and were able to retrieve the sword. Turns out you guys had the sword all along.
Yep.
They had met. What was it? A copper dragon or a bronze dragon? I don't remember which it was at the time.
Yeah.
Whenever they had first arrived on the island, and he gave them a walking stick and told them that it was the key to their journey. And they had taken this all the way through this active volcano, and they get to the final room, and there's this dragon there, and he's like giving them riddles and stuff like that. He's being all serious, and then they find out he's kind of a jokester and a prankster, and then they find out that it was the guy that they had met before because he was disguised as a human, and then they find out that the walking stick that he gave them was the sword all along.
Yep. So
we were totally fine in learning that information.
We
were not at all salty.
So we basically we already had victory, and then we just felt defeated right after that.
Yeah. So you guys, he flies you back out to your ship, and you guys continue back home. whenever you guys do eventually get back to New Lywick and make anchor, that's when you kind of realize that things are a lot different than when you left them.
One of the first things I did, like after we left the time bubble, I looked into a mirror that a merchant gave to me and my wife, which is basically, you know, what when you look into the mirror, there's another mirror that's connected to it. You'll see what's looking into that one.
But it shows what the mirror last viewed, what person the mirror last viewed. So it basically takes a selfie
Yeah,
and saves it for whenever that would be viewed next. So he looks into the mirror.
and I see my wife with 3 kids.
Yeah,
Oh, and then basically I have a week to get my mind straight of just like what am I going to do because Jay also wrote a short story about this as well about like what Ashland's process through this entire thing,
hmm
and she was wondering if I was also going to accept the 2 kids, and so we head back to New Lywick. We learn that a year has passed
And the
and
city has grown
the city is
exponentially.
exponentially. And there was an interesting person that we found. Um, he was part of an order called the Chidari, which was new info to us. And come to find out that Arabella has basically created her own elite squad of Wyvern Knights, which he was a part of.
yep. And that's when you guys realize how long you'd been gone for.
Hmm
At this point, you guys go back to the capital,
No,
and
I go back to the capital. Lila stays in New Lywick, and Tyrion goes to Arrowfort.
yeah, I was gonna say, well, you guys do end up back in the capital within like a day of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, but you go back to the capital to meet your family.
yeah. I run to the palace after I landed, right? And then I get stopped at the palace gates, and they ask me like who I am, what am I doing, and legitimately I'm in such a rush that I just screamed that I have the sword of Malagant. Can I please see the emperor? And they're like, oh yeah, and they
Oh yeah,
basically go.
go.
So I go and Eritron rushes down. I hand him the sword and I basically just asked where Ashlyn is. And then he gives me the information and then I just book it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And
and that's when they have the
the whole interaction was basically, here's the sword, where's my wife?
yeah, this all happened late at night too because we got around New Lywick midday and it took some time to
yeah.
get.
It takes a bit of time to fly there on a wyvern.
So this was like 1 o'clock at night.
hmm
And then I knock on the door, and she says, "Come in." She's awake, and then I open the door, and she is just speechless.
Yeah,
And
she was almost convinced that you guys were never coming back because it had been so long.
yeah, and also it turns out that they thought we died.
And held
hmm
the funeral.
Yeah,
Yeah, they thought that they had been dead. And
so
so it was a very emotional moment for them.
yeah,
And
she walks up, she gets up, new leg, and she puts the 2 twins down and literally tackles me to make sure that it's me.
yep.
And then she goes and says, "We have
Now
30."
this was something I never actually ended up sharing with you guys, but I did start writing a few things, but I never actually ended up printing them. But the reason why she had that kind of reaction is that she had uh, for for months been having nightmares that you came back, but you were actually just like a doppelganger, a replacement
Oh, oh,
sent to kill her.
oh, damn.
Yeah, And so that didn't make it into any of the stories, but that's why she had that kind of reaction.
Yeah, so she goes and tackles me, makes sure that I'm me, and obviously, I'm me. And then legitimately, she cries into my chest and, saying that, I thought you were gone and everything. And then later, she picks herself back up and says, "We have 30 minutes before I have to feed the next child. Close off."
Yeah. But that was the beginning of the very loving relationship. There was a wedding that occurred a little bit later on. Um, Brad, do you want to talk about what happened at the wedding between Fanfare and Ashlyn?
So, well, we'd have to go back a little bit, but
Sure.
so after we got back, after I got back to the capital, my character got back to the capital. Um, Citri appears before me once again in the middle of the night, uh, carrying uh, essentially a bundle
A
and
large bundle,
a
a
large
body size bundle.
a body-sized bundle, and he says, or she, who, whatever, uh, Citri says to me, "You've done well. Here's your reward, essentially," and it's Malfa, and he casts True Resurrection, and Malfa is returned to me. Now she's incredibly weak, so can't can't do much or whatever. She's essentially like sleeps for what, like 2 weeks,
Yeah,
almost
almost.
almost straight. Um,
And in this time, you proposed after like a week,
yeah,
and you guys have gotten real close, and she's trying to like get her life back together because she was a wizard, and
yeah,
so she's like going to like the library and copying down spells and stuff like that.
and just general maintenance stuff. We go shopping for the wedding, make sure you know all
Af-
that's all squared away,
I think we're
and then
forgetting.
the wedding happens.
I think we're.
There's one point that yeah, Corey's right. There's one point that we forgot. As they find out, there's bad blood between Ashlyn and Melfa.
Yes, I forgot about that.
But one of the most important things that happened was Martorius showed up early to get the kid,
Mm-hmm.
and he was going to take her into a time bubble to train her up.
More time shenanigans.
And she asks, or he asks that if the other two kids are willing to go in as, or the
Three.
other three kids that are
Yes, because right now there are the triplets that Ashlyn had. One is the oldest, and the other two were twins. And then there is the child that Arabella had.
in
And
the
so he's like, my life is drawing to an end. The curse of time is finally catching up with me. I don't have a whole lot of real world time left to live. I need to train my replacement like now. And offers to take in Ashlyn and the four children into a time bubble for like a week, and it would be only a week for everybody outside of it, but everybody inside of it, it would be like 6 7 years.
Yeah, and Arabella was gone at the time, but Eritron was there, and Eritron accepted that Lavaniel would go in too. So Ashlyn took Terashiel,
The oldest,
the
and now the heir of Martorius.
which is draconic for the reluctant sacrifice, the two twins, which was named after me, Fauna and then Fira, and then Lavaniel goes in, and they don't come back for a week.
Yep. Uh, yeah, and a week passes by. They come back. They're all the kids are like 6 7 years old now. Um, Terashiel stays with Martorius, but Lavanael, Fana, and Fira all return. And there's one thing that's pretty obvious immediately after you guys meet Lavanael.
He is quite different from the other two because Fauna and Fira still act like children, where he kind of acts kind of like a dignified adult.
Yes, he inherited his mother's intelligence and his father's charisma.
he is a mystic.
Yep. Mystic class. Oh boy, are those powerful.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things that we missed, along with the fact that it's discovered there's bad blood between Ashlyn and Melfa. A lot of it is kind of this circular, like, oh, they did this thing, but they did this thing in return, but they did this thing in return. All I really need to know is that they really don't like each other. So the day of the wedding comes, and obviously Melfa is not going to show up.
Yeah, Melfa was not
Mhm.
invited.
Not invited, and she wouldn't show up anyway. She doesn't care.
And so me being seeing as my best friend is about to get married, I am naturally
You're
part of the.
also officiating too.
I am officiating, as now both of these, both Ashlyn and Fanfear have joined my religion.
Yep.
So I am officiating the wedding. And
Wedding goes smoothly.
wedding goes smoothly, and then the
Reception
reception
time.
happens, and then it all goes to shit.
Yep. All of a sudden, everybody has to make a con save against being poisoned. And basically everybody there falls paralyzed to this poison. The only two people that don't, that you didn't know at the time, were Ashlyn and Lavaniel. Because something that I'd been hinting at that you guys kind of caught on to, but it wasn't, you guys hadn't really dug into, is that it seemed like they were conspiring on something.
I choose to just believe in my wife.
Mm-hmm. And so the reception happens, everybody falls paralyzed, and Melfa busts into the room with the intent to murder Ashlyn. She technically succeeds.
Right in front of my eyes, I saw my wife turn to dust. A character that
There's a
I
story
actually,
parallel there.
a
I don't
character
know if
that,
I don't know if the listeners have caught on to, but
a character that I actually developed a relationship with, and just not decided to have a kid with. I
I
actually,
did not decide to have a kid with.
well,
I was going to have a kid with.
so, for the thing is, I knew who Ashlyn was when I decided to marry her. Right? She actually turned from chaotic evil to neutral good when we started our relationship. We had no idea what Malfa was.
Specifically, I had no idea who Milfa was because I was never in town to really get to know her. We were always on the move and stuff like that, and had a kid pretty quick, so it was just it was all new to me, and we still had work to do, so it was just sort of in and out, and hey, let's get married. Then she died, and obviously couldn't talk to her after that, and then she came back and was sleeping for a very long time, so didn't have much time to get to know her again, and then she tried to kill my best friend's wife.
And
And she succeeded in killing Ashlyn. And then you found out no, she didn't.
yeah, we saw a normal short sword just go through her body, and then she died yet again. And who was on behind of that short sword, which was my wife. So I was just a roller coaster of emotions right then and there.
Yep. It was a short-lived drug pull, but it was glorious to watch.
Yeah,
Watching Corey freak the fuck out at the table, stand up, walk around, and start yelling was just great.
because one of the things that happened was the sword of Maligant. You instantly get advantage on evil creatures, and that was the only sword I was carrying at the time, right? Because it was basically I had like two really good katanas and then the sword of Maligant. But the sword of Maligant is like a lot more like it is the best sword in the world, and it also looks the best, so it looks best on my hip when I'm getting married.
Yeah.
So I left everything behind, and the sword of Maligant gets advantage on evil creatures, and Turns out she was neutral evil.
No, wasn't she lawful evil?
She's lawful evil.
Okay, she was lawful evil. So I instantly realized that I get advantage. So I started hacking away because I was one of the first people to get up from the poison.
Because you have advantage on the save because you're a witcher.
Yes. And I started not like literally I got up and immediately chose violence.
Yep.
So I started hacking away, and Brad's character also got up. I think Brad's character got up before me, and was also like he ran up to her and asked her like
Why
why
would
you
you do this?
yeah why would you do this and
Because
how did
one thing I neglected to mention, I had made her promise me that she wasn't going to do Ashlyn any harm.
Yeah, she had her fingers crossed.
Yep.
yeah and so I think one of the things that she did to you was she tried she called you did your job you like you did your job
Yeah,
well
you played your part.
and now
Yeah.
sit and watch
Yeah.
and for a couple rounds you just actually did that because you didn't know what to do while I was hacking away, you know, fucking I multi-classed in barbarian at that time.
Not actually, but you might as well have.
Yeah, so I was in a rage because obviously what the fuck are you doing? This is
Yeah,
on
and
my wedding
then
day.
and then Milfa gets stabbed through the back, and turns out it was Ashlyn.
Yep.
Like I
And,
said before, Lavanael and Ashlyn had been conspiring together and had worked with Martorius to create a simulacrum of Ashlyn. And that is what was killed.
yeah.
Ashlyn proper had been alive the entire time and fucking murderized Milfa because she knew it was going to happen. And yeah, after that though, Tyrion kind of
Grabbed the body and dimension door to his room.
yeah, completely in disbelief.
Yeah.
Yep.
And as the body was laying on his bed, he spent a good amount of hours trying to figure out like what the fuck just happened.
Yeah, and just for the audience, another reminder that I have the power to bring someone back so long as I have their body. But indecisively because of all that had just happened, I had yet to do anything about it. And then I decided what I was going to do, and that was dump her body out the window.
And then
Oh, that
you
was such a great moment too. It caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie. It caught me off guard when you said that you opened the window and threw her body out. I'm just like, what?
and then you called Citri,
Yeah.
Citri.
Citri to basically confront him. Like, what the fuck did you do?
And that was when Citri revealed to you that he
Uh,
didn't do anything.
he didn't do anything, and he was wondering why the person I loved most was stuck in basically like the seventh layer of hell.
He did tell you
Yeah.
that he had to go to the seventh layer to get her out.
Well, that was after.
Yeah.
That was
So
after, and
Yeah.
then
And it just kind of confirmed the fact that maybe she was not the kind of person he thought she was.
well, yeah, and then yeah, I tossed I tossed her body out the window because I was hurt,
you also
and
told Citri to clean up too.
yeah, I asked Citri if he could take care of it,
Yeah, he did.
and he did.
But it was after that that he also revealed something else to you.
That he, Citri, was uh or sorry, I I was uh I was basically a reincarnation of him as a human. Citri, before he had become an archdemon, was the original Tyrion,
Yes, the original demigod.
the original demigod. And in order for me to uh, avoid his fate, avoid becoming an archdemon after death, uh, I would have to kill all of the archdemons and then kill Citri. in order to basically ascend,
and become a real god.
a real god.
And it was at this point that you kind of decided that that was the pathway you were going to go. You were going to hunt down the archdemons, kill them all, and take their power for yourself.
Yes. And it didn't go well.
No, it didn't. But
That's later.
yeah, it was pretty close. It's pretty soon. But you guys took some time to kind of rest and recuperate, and they kind of had their honeymoon, as much as you can call it a honeymoon, of just not doing anything for like a week.
I was training Fauna. Fira was a wizard, and Fauna was going to become a druid. And I was training Fauna how to wield a sword and how to use a sword.
And they took pretty, and she took pretty well to it. And Fira learned some petty magic with the help of Lila. And the family was starting to come together and actually be a big happy family. And then you guys decided to go after one of the archdemons, Gorodon, who was in the city.
Yes.
The archdemon of greed.
But before we did that, I reached out to Citri once again, asked him for another mark, and then we set forth.
Yep. You got this mark. And you guys went and confronted Gorodon. And it didn't go well.
With that, if it wasn't for Arabella, oh yeah, no, it did not go well.
Yeah, things went south fast.
Fucking feeble mind.
So Gorodon can cast 3 times a day the feeble mind spell. And if you're not familiar with what feeble mind does, it basically sets all of your intelligence, like all your mind stats, which is intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, to 1. And massively cripples what you're capable of doing.
Especially me as the charisma-based spellcaster.
Yeah.
And also the charisma-based sorcerer.
Yes, the other spellcaster in the group.
The only one that was fine
I forgot to use charisma. Okay.
Yeah. The only one that was fine was me, because my whole thing was whack.
Yeah. The thing was, though, everybody failed their saves against feeble mind.
Yeah, every one
And
of us.
on top of that, whenever you entered into his domain, you were all subject to this form of like moral corruption. Everybody had their own, and I think basically everybody failed their initial saves. Everybody had their own like variant of it. And so the strike force was Tyrion, Fanfare, Lila, and Arabella. Well, people started falling to feeble mind, and eventually Arabella was the only one standing that still had her wits about her. And she was able to get a good blow on Gorodon. But the problem was that in order to finish the fight, you guys needed Citri to come and consume the soul. Well, Tyrion at this point was basically
Blubbering fool.
I think,
how do I put this? A legitimate retard.
And one of what his thing was, whatever he has is his, and no one will take it from me.
Yep.
Where
And
mine
in order for him to touch the insignia on his hand to summon Citri, he has to drop his sword. And he would not drop his sword because it was his. And so Arabella's sitting there trying to pull it away from him. And he's fighting back because he doesn't want to give it up because it's his sword.
Eventually, she wrests it from my grip.
Yep.
All this was happening while I was just basically drowning my pockets in gold.
Yeah.
Because my thing was, grab as much as you can, because then it will become yours.
Yep. Katie's was a bit more particular. She wanted all the best things. So she was like carefully like looking over all of these artifacts and all this gold, trying to pick out like the best of them. Because you're defined by what you own. So she wanted the best things. It's important to note that Arabella was able to wrench the sword from your hand and touch the insignia, and the moment after fell to the corruption of Gordon. And the corruption that she had the corrupted moral that she had been kind of imbued with was she must force others to consume to the point of excess. And at this point, she was a fourth tier vampire, which means that she can turn others into vampires with a bite. And what better way to force people to consume to the point of excess than to turn them into vampires? And so as Citri arrives to take Gordon's soul, Arabella bites you on the neck to turn you into a vampire.
She does. And Citri just sort of sighs and then
We ain't,
beheads me.
yeah. He was basically we ain't having that, and
Yeah.
immediately beheads you.
Yeah, that was a moment.
It was fun. I died instantly.
Yep. Yeah, yes you did. And then Citri basically force cages Arabella, and because she's basically ravenous, trying to turn everything into a vampire at this point, and basically hauls everybody back to the palace in front of the emperor, and just like look at what has happened. They call in Martorius, who's able to fix the feeble mind stuff, able to kind of break the corruption of Arabella, but you guys were kind of broken at this point. Like you were just like, oh my god, like that could have been so much worse. Like we barely got out of that, and Gordon is like the weakest of all the other archdemons. Like what are we gonna do? And you guys kind of fell into a bit of despair. Everybody did, including Arabella.
Because
And-
she had by proxy killed me.
Yes, you were brought back to life. It was weird for you, but you were brought back to life.
and
I was essentially stuck in purgatory for 1,000 years, and then finally was returned to my body, but at the cost of Martorius's life.
Yep.
because you are a demigod, you can't just be brought back with a normal resurrection spell.
Yeah. Martorius had to give up his life to bring you back. He was not long for this world as it was, but he did so, and he imbued you with some of his power. It actually let you cast the haste spell for
Yes.
free. And so that was kind of cool because he was a time wizard. You know, if you couldn't tell by time bubbles and stuff like that. But you guys take some time to rest and recover from everything that happened. And during this time, Arabella starts a war.
Well, it was more so we didn't see Arabella, and then I was just like, what would be pretty good right now? A vacation. And then I basically me and my family go up to New Lywick because I've been in there for like 30 minutes and then I left, but we haven't actually really explored the town that we have built. So I was just like, this would be a good as time as any to go to New Lywick.
Yep. So you guys took a vacation. Meanwhile, Arabella is waging a war with the Estonian Empire, which is made up entirely of not entirely of undead, but mostly undead and vampires. It's ruled by a vampire council. There's a lot of humans too, but they're kind of basically like cattle, if anything.
They're the guardsmen.
And technically, Astoria belongs to the Birak Empire, but Civil War, hundreds of years ago, they broke off, and the fight's never quite been resolved. Well, you guys go on vacation to New Lywick. Tyrion goes and visits his cathedral. because he finds out that he has an entire cathedral in his name now.
I meet my clerics. I meet my paladins.
Yeah, that's a moment. Um, you were the Duke of that. You had been named the Duke at some point before that, a long time ago, and you had there was a mansion commissioned for you. You ended up selling it to Ashlyn because, as you found out, Ashlyn was actually incredibly wealthy.
Yeah, I found out that I married the second richest person in the world.
Yes,
richer than even the emperor himself.
yes.
Yeah, I had no idea, and I was basically I'm just married a sugar mama
Essentially, that's what happened.
because money was never brought up in like the conversations because you know
Because it was never a problem for anybody because you guys had been working so closely with the emperor.
We were
Everything had
basically
been,
just drowning in it.
yeah.
yeah, you guys basically had all the money that you could ever want, and because you had access to a specific merchant, you guys really kind of had access to any item that you wanted. So money was never really a problem, and so it was something that just never really came up. And it wasn't until later that you found out that, oh my god, yeah, Ashland's one of the one of the richest people on the continent.
And the manor that New Lywick built for Tyrion because he was the Duke, she bought it for I think it was like what 13 million platinum.
Yeah, it was an
Something
extreme amount,
ridiculous.
and all that money went directly to the cathedral to help out the order.
Yes, it
And
was to be used to improve New Lywick.
yes, and it was around this time that was it. I believe it was Lila that figured out
Yeah,
that
Lila was the one that figured out because I was on vacation.
yeah,
I
Lila
didn't.
figured out that Arabella went off and started this war because of what happened with Gordon, which was kind of a big moment. Um, and it kind of forced everybody out of vacation and into real life.
Yeah.
I was extremely salty.
When
Yeah,
aren't you?
Uh,
When wasn't
that's fair.
Fanfear salty?
um, literally during the wedding before Milfa came in.
Oops.
Yeah, my bad,
Um,
bro.
yeah,
You
but
forgave me though.
eventually, yeah, eventually, um, she gets in contact with you guys, and you guys all meet up to go and find Arabella to try to stop this because she's essentially just genociding everything in her path. No
Human and
mercy.
vampire alike.
Human and vampire life, no mercy. Um, you guys do eventually do catch up with her, and it's pretty apparent that she's kind of lost her mind. Um, she's fully intent on ending vampires across the continent, then ending her own life, because she views vampirism as a curse that humanity should no longer have to bear at all, ever again. With that in hand, you guys headed north.
To figure out uh, a cure for higher vampirism.
Yes, a way to revert it if possible. Eventually, you get in contact with a group of what are essentially vampire hunters who say, well, there might be a way. We have to go to the city below.
What's the city below?
The city below is this expansive underground network of an ancient civilization's cities and buildings and such like that. It's deep below the earth in Astoya with these cracks that come up from the ground to to meet the overworld, and they're just completely consumed with undead and unspeakable horrors. So you guys head with this group to one of these rifts and head down into it. Make some quick work of some undead, find some traps, find some weird different things, and then you come across a room of boxes.
Uh,
this is
uh,
this is one of Corey's finest D&D moments.
so we look through the boxes, and I kind of lean in a bit too much, and then I get sucked in, and then I come out of another box naked, everything that I had gone. So I lost the sword, but more importantly, I lost my wedding ring, and then I lost my mirror to view my wife. That like everybody's like, you lost the sword, you lost the sword. How could you lose the sword? And I'm over there like, I lost my wedding ring. I lost my mirror.
You could have bought another wedding ring. The problem is you lost a literal god artifact into a pocket dimension of which we we know we don't know
Nothing.
where it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
We even call an interdimensional merchant to try and figure out if he can track it down. He can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the greatest moment. It's just like you guys calling Godfrey, and they're like, "We need to find these items." He's like, "I got no clue where they are. Good luck.
Yeah.
Here, I'll sell you a normal sword for real cheap, just because I feel bad." But
Yeah. And the funny thing is, like now I'm back into my normal plate armor or normal half plate armor, and I also had gloves of Phoenix dexterity that also made my dex 26. So I was by far hitting the hardest out of everybody.
Well, yeah, 'cause you were
yeah, you
literally
really
the only
relied
one
on
that
equipment.
you were the
Yeah.
only one that fell in.
Yeah.
That's the only reason you were the one hit the hardest is because you were the only one affected because you were the only one who fell in.
Yeah,
I'm,
well,
Because
I'm,
you're
I'm,
it
ta-
was
I'm talking
funny
about.
because like
I'm talking.
I gave you guys like I foreshadowed that like, hey, things that fall in here like disappear. Because somebody dropped a coin in, like they dropped a coin in and they never heard anything and it just like vanished almost instantly.
See, I thought they were just like something like a bag of holding. That's the whole thing.
No.
Yeah. Well, I found out. So
Found out quick.
yeah. Yeah. I lost my boots of speed. I lost all my magical items,
Yeah.
and in the end, I was still killing things a lot faster than than most people in the party.
Well,
Yeah.
because one was a sorcerer and the other one's a support
I
character.
I was talking about like the other group that we had as well.
Oh,
Yeah. Hmm.
yeah, I forgot about them.
Yeah.
Um.
They died pretty quick, saving
So
our ass.
one of the other things that happened during this time period is Brad. I don't even know if you remember this because it was so subtle, but there was one moment where you tried to like reach out with like your deific powers to do something, and it just straight up didn't work.
Well, that was after.
No, this was in. This was during.
Yeah.
This
And
was
it,
during that event because I
and
planned that out very specifically
and
because I took away the things that I thought was most important to you. That was like the entire goal of this dungeon. So while you were in this dungeon, you didn't have your deific powers and you didn't know it until you tried to use it the one time. But it was so close to the end of the dungeon, I don't think you remembered it because of what happened at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, that's all I remember.
during one of the fights, you lost your deific powers as well.
Well, that was the
Hmm.
very end.
Yeah. Um, but they ended up going. They had found a like this hole in the ground with a grate over top of it, and they walked in, and they had been through the room before, uh, but they came back to it, and when they came back to it and started like taking a closer look at it, the doors disappeared,
Yeah.
and then the roof started lowering.
Yeah. And the only way down was through the grate.
Yep, and they didn't know where the bottom was. And the first thing they had to do was pry it open, which their assistant party members helped with. But they didn't have enough time for everybody to go down, so Fanfear and Tyrion went down first, and then the group of three helpers shoved Lila down the hole.
I remember I did a little flavor as I was falling down because Tyrion went first, and basically I like as I'm falling down head first, arms crossed, staring right into Tyrion as I'm falling down.
How is it my fault?
You wanted to go back to the room.
Oh,
Yeah, you were the one that led the charge to go back to that room.
well, I wasn't the one who lost all my magic shit, so
I was
um,
still doing more than you. Shut up.
but the reason why it's important that the other people had shoved Lila down the hole to save her is, in Lila's backstory, she had lost her party before to the Beast, and they all basically died to keep her alive to give her another chance. And so I basically brought that back as that scar that more people are dying to keep you alive. Kind of that like mental scarring kind of thing that I like doing. Um,
makes
but you guys,
for a good grimdark.
yeah, grimdark.
Grimdark.
But you guys fall down this pit for quite a long time, and then you land in this inky black water.
Then we try to swim to shore.
And the more you try to swim to shore, the farther you get away from it.
And then da 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 da.
We start to get pulled under.
Yep. You get pulled under by this mysterious force, kind of like one by one, and you get this image of this massive eye of this being, of this creature down below this dungeon, who talks to you in this eldritch voice, and as you guys begin to drown, you just hear this phrase. Which one was this one? I believe this was, "Behold the future that has yet to come to pass."
Yep.
And then you wake up after the effects of the feeble mind spell.
Yeah. And we're all going crazy about it. Like this is what happened, and we were always being told that that was just the feeble mind spell. That didn't really happen.
And then we're like immediately we're like, okay, Arabella, no rampage for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We comforted Arabella to make sure she didn't go on a rampage, because that's something that we didn't do before, because we were all feeling defeated for ourselves. We weren't really thinking about other people.
Yep.
Well, technically, I was thinking about other people, but I was more thinking about my family.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh my god, I almost fucking died again.
Yep.
And
so you guys basically, after making sure Arabella was okay, you guys basically repeated what happened last time.
We went on another vacation.
Yeah, you guys went on vacation again. Woo!
And I used my foreknowledge to go to the cathedral again, and I knew all the names of my paladins.
Which really blew their mind.
Yeah, congrats on your baby. And they're like, "What? How did you know about that?" And I'm just like, "I'm a god. How do you think I knew about it?" And they're like, "Oh my god, oh my god."
They're like, "Oh, my Tyrion."
Yeah. Oh, Tyrion. Yeah. And then we repeated the vacation. I sold the house for slightly less this time.
Mm-hmm. And during this time period, you guys started noticing strange threads every once in a while.
Yep.
Very similar to the threads that, I know we didn't talk about this before, but back during the puppet incident, there was also these weird, strange threads that you could see with the aid of the crown of Galt.
Mm-hmm.
It was basically what was holding up the weird puppet things.
Yeah. You saw them, and it was kind of strange, and you guys were trying to figure it out. And eventually, Lila figured out that these threads were the sign of Venan, the god of deception.
Mm-hmm.
However, we determined at the time that that's just what the god of deception would want us to think.
Yeah.
And so it couldn't have been the god of deception, because that's not nearly deceiving enough for the god of deception. So on we trot.
Yep. We all went back to the capital to tell the news to the Emperor and Arabella.
We think Venan was behind it.
Yeah.
Us being brought back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you guys talk to Eritron, and he's very troubled by what you've brought to him. And Arabella's not there at the moment.
Yep.
And then he turns into Venan.
Yep. And tries to start to kill us. And successfully does.
And successfully kills you guys.
Pretty damn easily.
Yeah, it was kind of a slaughter.
Yeah.
As you guys hear again, what was it? Behold the future.
Behold the future that is yet to pass.
Yeah, behold the future that is yet to pass. And you guys wake up again, and it's the morning before you kill Gorodon.
Yep.
And now we're just like, what the fuck?
And then with all the info that we know, we tell Eritron and tell Arabella about all this,
Mm-hmm.
and then we set up a plot to kill Venan
Yep.
with Martorius and Terashiel.
Because, well, the one thing before I reached out to some friendly ghosts that had helped me earlier and asked them if they could get me in contact with Citri, and their response was, Citri's been dead for decades.
Yeah.
And
It
then
was a
it's
big.
like,
It was kind of that was like a big reveal moment where you guys realized all of a sudden that, oh my god,
I had been helping Venan.
the entire time. This was actually, I'm actually kind of proud of this. I planned this out from the beginning, and I had been sowing these seeds of like evidence the entire time. Because if you remember back to when you guys were in Stalinwald, uh, the dragon told you that you know, even though it kind of felt like it, you know, it was Venan, it could also be Citri. It was kind of hard to tell, but he was kind of adamant that it was probably Venan because, you know, all the string thing. And so when it was Citri, it was like, oh well, that was also a possible explanation. But the dragon had only just arrived at the plane a few years prior, and only knew rudimentary knowledge, didn't know that Citri was dead. Most people, most living creatures, didn't know that Citri was dead.
Only only things like specters, things that were like, you know, vaguely related to the afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
And so we set up a plot to kill Venan that night instead of going to fight Gordon.
With
Yep.
the help of
With
Martorius and Terashiel.
yep. That fight was intense too.
Quite intense.
I think that was like the first boss battle that I actually never went down.
I think so. There was a really. You remember when you guys had to switch bodies?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was fun.
that
Uh,
sucked. That absolutely sucked.
so Venan cast a spell that swapped the minds in the two bodies. So Corey had to play Brad's character, and Brad had to play Corey's character.
Yeah,
But we
yeah.
couldn't use any spells.
Well, you had to make a check before you could even cast the spell.
Yeah.
And
We both failed.
yeah. Well, no, you didn't fail because all you had to do was just whack.
Oh, that's true. You failed.
Yeah.
You failed. So all of a sudden the caster couldn't cast
Yeah,
while I was stuck just banging away with you know, magic swords and all that fun stuff.
yeah. Eventually, you got through Venan's first phase, and the second phase began, and he cast the Dreamscape,
And
which
then
that was interesting.
basically I just sat and started a prayer because we already switched bodies back at this point.
Yeah,
So
it didn't only lasted a few rounds before it got dispelled.
so I had so I started to use my gun again, my blessed gun, my gun that creates mini nukes.
Yes,
And,
it was blessed by me.
and so I literally just once that happened, I sat and started my prayer. And halfway during that prayer, a demon tried to attack me, and all it did was gave me a good idea. I cast Uridan on the demon, or like by the demon, so he would have disadvantage, but I would have advantage on attacking if I'm in the circle.
Yep.
So I had advantage when I shot at Venan with my mini nuke.
Yep, it did a lot of damage.
Yeah, it did a fuck ton of damage. Since it was all radiant, it was really good against him.
Yeah. Eventually, you guys killed Venan.
I
Um,
killed Venan.
yes. Eventually, you guys killed Venan. And there was much triumph.
Yep.
Um, it was crazy though. It really was crazy.
It was
And then
fun.
Martorius was like, "So what are we gonna do with this soul?"
Oh, and that's when, out of game, I had your characters make a choice. I had the players make a choice because it could go one of two ways.
Rise of the Demon or
End of the line.
End of the Line. And we chose Rise of the Demon.
Yep. And so, and thus, Ashlyn appeared and took the Archdemon soul for herself. That was an interesting moment.
Yep.
Because she finally got her revenge on Citri. Well, Venan, in all honesty, is who it really was.
Mm-hmm.
And,
she absorbed the souls of Malakir and Citri as well.
Yep, Malakir, Citri, and Venan, all in one go.
And so she essentially became the most powerful living being on that plane.
Yep. Well, yeah, most likely. After this, you guys knew that the beast was going to be coming to the capital, and so you guys were just kind of wait for a little while, and then you were going to fight it, on the battlefield once and for all. It's important to note that after Ashlyn had consumed the souls of the archdemons, she had by proxy acquired the breastplate of Aurelia, the final god artifact that they needed.
And she gave it to Eritron.
Yep. And so the final battle was set. It was ready to go. It was going to be Tyrion, Fanfir, Lila, and Eritron versus the Beast. But they had a little bit of time, and during that time they set out some other plans, which was to kill the other archdemons to give to Ashlyn. Ashlyn also made her own plans. Isn't that right?
Yeah, she did. So she already absorbed 3 archdemon souls. There was 3 more out there.
Mm-hmm.
And when my character realized, oh yeah, she became Citri, I'm gonna be cucked again. She
For all eternity.
and
Actually, I was the one who pointed it out.
and then she apparently redistributed those souls.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get to that later. I think that's like the end game thing.
That's
Yeah.
the epilogue, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yep. So the final battle comes, and boy, is it a battle!
Yeah, I got aggroed pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean it's not surprised. Like
You
you're
tend to be
wielding the sword, and you're the big one that's trying to like fight him head on.
Yeah,
And
Corey was the tank, so I mean he got aggroed pretty hard almost every encounter we had.
like
Yeah.
It's just this is the first time he like actually died.
So the beast really couldn't hit me all that much. So what he did was he grabbed me and basically just spiked me into the ground.
Yep.
Repeatedly.
But
I'm sitting there going like, I'm sitting there going like, don't worry, like it's no big deal because if Corey dies, I can just resurrect him. Won't be that hard.
So the fight was grueling. I actually ended up dying. Eritron almost fell, and Tyrion grabbed the sword of Malagant and actually finished the job.
Yep. And there was much rejoicing. But the problem was is that Fanfir was like dead.
So I rushed to his side to try and resurrect him.
To use his deific powers to resurrect me, because I'm not any sort of demigod at that so he could resurrect me.
Shouldn't have been a problem.
And then it failed.
He couldn't resurrect him. You see, in this time that Fanfir had died, he had made contact with an archdemon, his wife.
My wife. And 2 children.
And the 2 children, who, as he found out, were given 2 of the archdemon souls to kind of create this family.
Fauna
and Ashlyn offered Fanfir one of the archdemon souls as well to make him essentially immortal, to make him into an archdemon, and he accepted it.
Yep.
So his body's obviously, you know, no longer able to be resurrected because he's still alive. He just has to return to it when he's ready. And so, thus, it happened. Fanfear became an archdemon.
Yep. And I get to my body, and I wake up. Eyes aren't yellow anymore, because Witcher or Fanfear the Witcher has died. Fanfear the Archdemon was born.
Yes.
And basically, the sword that I've been carrying for most of my time, or most of the time during this campaign, I can't touch anymore because I'm
Yep.
an archdemon.
Yep. And thus they walked off into the sunset, and the epilogue began to roll, where I explained the ending for all the different characters. And it was it was a wonderful ending.
And
Everybody lived mostly happily ever after.
and um and the next campaign
Turns
started.
out my religion was bullshit.
Yeah, it turns out that he wasn't actually a demigod. He just had access to divine power.
Because
Yep.
a load of people believed I was a demigod.
Yep.
enough,
Well, it's
enough.
belief in prayer that gives gods their power. If people stop believing and praying in them, the gods die.
Yeah,
And that's
but
how deific power comes into being. And so, because so many people believed you were a demigod, you had access to all of this errant deific power that was just out in the multiverse because all of the gods from your realm were dead.
yes, but I had marketed myself well enough that I literally advertised my way into into god powers.
Yep. And when death came for you, you greeted it like a friend because
My
it was
friend,
literally Fanfear, Ashlyn, and their two kids.
yeah,
It was literally his best friend.
yeah,
Yeah. Same thing with Lila. She would go on and help out greatly in the war in the north. Um, End up slaying this massive, massive monster, which would actually end the era of monsters, um, and be able to push the world into the next age essentially. Um, Everybody lived mostly happily ever after,
And
and
I'm still technically living.
yep, yep.
and then we
And
move on to the
so we
next
moved on to the next
campaign.
campaign, and we'll talk about that after we finish it. But
Well,
we're quite a few sessions in.
we can talk a little bit about like just our characters because
Okay. Well, so some background. Things have moved forward. It's been a little over 1100 years. It's been closer to 1200. And things have advanced as far as technology is concerned. There's now railways. It's kind of a steampunk setting at this point. Guns are prevalent. And so the new characters is Corey. You are playing Freya.
Freya Wolfsbane. And Wolfsbane is literally the last name of Fanfear, Ashlyn, Fauna, and Fira. Because once they realized, oh yeah, we need a last name, and Ashlyn wasn't really too keen on hers, and Fanfear had no idea what his was, so they created one, the Wolfsbane. And so the Wolfsbane family, there's no history about it, like very early on in the early years, except for two paintings and what I came to know, and three, which all there was Fanfear Wolfsbane as the painter for three different paintings. And for the last 500 or so years, they have just been a servant family to the emperor himself.
Yep.
So, Freya Wolfsbane was grown up in this servant family, knows the emperor quite well and his family, and she was training to become a maid. And she didn't really feel like that was her calling. She wanted to be more of a scout. I don't know, like a certain other character from the from the last campaign, which I thought she was an assassin. I didn't know she was a scout.
Yep.
Yeah, so basically, I think I just kind of recreated the uh basically
Basically, Ashley.
basically Ashlyn, but not the chaotic and evil side of her early years. But yeah, I basically recreated Ashlyn. She loves her.
As she was after her redemption.
Yeah. So she loves her family, even though her mom kind of wants her to just be a maid and continue on the line. But since she already has a younger sister and a younger brother, she didn't really feel like that was going to be her calling. So yeah, she's a scout for the Imperial Army.
Yep. Brad, yours?
My character is one I'm very proud of because my character is Volmar the Pious, otherwise known as Volmar the Lesser, who is a paladin of the Order of the Morning Song, which is my own religion, the religion I created in the last campaign.
Yep.
So the uh, the reason he's called Volmar is because he's a direct descendant of Volgrath, who is the paladin in the first campaign, Tyrion's
Mhm.
first paladin.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's great because you guys are interlocked with your histories. My wife is playing Kimba, an artificer, and very interesting because Kimba definitely seems to be the character that knows the most about the world because artificer, whereas like Freya is like from the royal family and more knows about like the history of the empire. Uh, in Brad's character, Volmar, knows like the religion. Kimba knows everything else.
Yeah.
So whenever dealing with like Ethereum cores and stuff like that and technology, she's kind of the go-to. Um, it's been interesting so far, especially with the threat that's looming.
Yeah.
Uh, so I don't want to go too much into that, just because
We're
We
just
haven't. We
started.
don't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're only what are we 5 sessions in now?
Yeah. I basically single-handedly caused the destruction of a city.
Uh, yep.
Uh.
Aerofort does not exist anymore now because of Freya.
Yeah. I was told to. I was told. Well, I was asked, and I completed it.
Yep.
But
Nope. That is true. That is fair.
You almost
and,
killed us.
and one of the things that is going on is we're heading back to the capital, and we're about to see. Basically, what's going to happen is we're going to be seeing the emperor and telling him everything, and I get to see my family again, and I kind of want to write up a short story fleshing out those characters, and also I probably got to ask Jay about all the emperor's family that I know.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the recounting of the Grim Hollow campaign. It was oh man, what a great campaign.
So
Just goes to show you, and back to what was our original point is uh, just how deep into role playing you can get in a D&D game.
so
And
Yeah.
that's what makes it the best RPG of all time.
I just want to say something. So if you guys so Freya came from Fira's line, but Fira was 6 at the time when she became an archdemon. And she was also the blood she was also came from the Emperor's seed. So technically, Freya is both a demon and part of the holy blood of the country,
Yes, you are correct.
which may be interesting going through figuring out that story, because Freya's whole thing is she wants to figure out the history of the family, since there's really no history besides the 500 years they have been a servant family to the emperor.
Hmm. Yeah, no, that's gonna be interesting for whenever your character does eventually figure that out.
Yeah, yeah,
But like I was saying earlier, Arabella's story is not over yet.
no, no, and I'm really interested to see what happens, and
Well,
I'm
we're
really
all
yeah,
interested.
uh, yeah. So yeah, that
She was such an instrumental part of that campaign for the longest time. Like It was, she kind of entered on accident and then just became like a focal point for so many sessions.
Yeah.
Um, you know, I especially back whenever it was happening, it almost felt like I had a daughter, and I felt so terrible because the backstory that she had, that her history was just horrible. It was oh boy, it's definitely some of the worst things a human being can go through. And one of the things I actually did to I don't want to say get inspiration, but to try to like get it close to like how historic slavery worked, I actually pulled stories of people that were enslaved from different parts of the world and like put those in as things that happened to her, and there's just like, holy fuck, this is dark, this is fucked up. So yeah, it's about as bad as it can get, and so I'm going to be interested to see where her story goes from here, because like I said, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
What has she been doing for 1100 years?
You're not going to get me to
Well,
tell you
it
anything.
was
Well, no. That's what makes the story interesting. Is
she.
what has she been doing for the last 1100 years?
Well,
That's what
she
it
was.
will be interesting. It will be interesting to find out.
Well, it was. I think it would have been like 900 years, because she helped out with Eritron and then Lavaniel, and then Eritron the Third, Lavaniel's son, and then that's when she disappeared.
Yep, it's been about 800.
Yeah. And even Fanfear or Ashlyn, her father figure and basically her sister don't know where she is.
Yep. But I believe that concludes our talk about the Grim Hollow campaign. Now on to the next part of this podcast, which is what I originally was going to be talking about, but we got sidetracked with all of this. I'm glad we did. It was great. It
A
was
nice,
great to reminisce.
a nice recap
Yeah,
of our best, or my favorite campaign that we've ever done.
yeah, yeah. It was great. But yeah, no, that was all the role playing side of the campaign. Now I want to get into the mechanics of D&D. One of my favorite things to like theory craft around. So before I start, what's your guys' favorite classes in the base book? It's got to be a base class, and or subclass. Nothing deviant. No Witcher, Corey.
But I had a ridiculously high AC and then a ridiculous high damage output. Come on.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, Corey, favorite class.
Um. Well, I think I played the most rogues. Because what? So I played one fighter. I played I'm playing a paladin. I played a ranger. Oh no, I played two fighters, right? But I would
Hmm.
probably say rogue's probably my best. I'm a dex fag.
Brad, what's yours?
um, that's a tough one because I like, uh, probably paladin, but there's a large amount of bias there.
Hmm.
Just because my I think the character that I'm playing now is, I think, hands down my favorite character to like role play, and just because like I got to essentially like completely create the backstory for it, so I think it's like it's tough for me not to say paladin. Um, the only other class that like I've had like a lot of fun with, but it was when I was like brand new, so I don't know how well it would hold up. Is Ranger, but I haven't
Yeah, you
played
played two Rangers.
I haven't played a Ranger in like well over a year at this point. Um, yeah, so it's basically either
Hmm.
a Ranger or a Paladin.
Okay. So my problem is I don't get to play as a player very, very often. Um, I think the most fun I've ever had with one was the campaign that my wife is currently doing now, which is Icewind Dale, and I'm playing as a mystic, but that's not a base class. So, it's like I can't really say that. I did play one campaign as a fighter. I played Roosh. That was in a Lost Mounds of Fandelver campaign. That was a lot of fun. Um, I played as a variant human. I took the polearm master feat and I used a glaive. And I played as a fighter. I rolled really well for my strength, and I was essentially untouchable.
Yes, you were.
I had a lot of fun with that. Again, talking about mechanics in a game, how to create very strong characters. That was a lot of fun. Um, Outside of that though, hmm, I don't even know.
The forever DM doesn't know his favorite class.
Yeah, I do like fighters. I think they're one of the most versatile classes. But
Paladins should be a subclass for a fighter. Don't at me.
yeah, really. Um, I think if I had to pick a favorite class, it would be wizard. Um, I like intelligence-based characters, and I like the versatility that spellcasters give you, and wizards are just kind of the best at that. So, I think my favorite is definitely going to be wizard, even though they have like no HP and die in one hit. Also, my wife says that Roosh was the bane of her existence during that campaign.
Yeah, he made
I'm sorry, Katie. I love you.
everything so easy.
Yeah, I made encounters ridiculously easy. Like there's a young dragon in what's it called, Thunder Nest or Thunder Tree, I think it's called. Yeah, Thunder Tree. Um, and you're supposed to like either like give it an offering or like try to scare it, but you're not supposed to actually like fight it and beat it. We killed it.
Like
Yeah.
We
relative,
killed the dragon.
real easily.
Like pretty easily too. Like I don't know if we took almost any damage. I think it got one hit on us before it tried to flee, and then we shot it out of the sky.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was the thing. It was great. Um, but anyway, let's talk about builds. So I want to kind of go in order and talk about the different classes and where the best builds lie in each of them. So let's start at the top with everybody's favorite meme class, Barbarian.
Well, we have a guy in Icewind Dale campaign that is playing barbarian, Zach,
Mm-hmm.
who
Yep.
I think that would be his favorite class.
He's played it twice now and he's loved it every time.
Oh yeah, that's basically the class. Like I know that I was making memes about fanfare about whacking,
Yeah.
but fanfare actually like I actually needed to like look into like what I can do, because I don't think he was really expecting me to have a class where I have massive amounts of health because of my con mod,
Hmm.
and then my massive amount of AC because of my dex mod, and then with my dex mod, I was able to do a massive amount of damage.
Yeah. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the Barbarian, Brad?
uh,
Um, I don't know. I've never played one.
I mean, you're currently playing with us in the Icewind Dale campaign.
Yes, I am. Um,
even though he was gone for 2 weeks.
yeah, I was gone. I was gone for 2 weeks. But I was.
Excuse me.
I mean, I remember him playing one in my very first campaign with you
Hmm.
guys.
Yep.
Um, I don't remember much of that campaign.
That's fair. It was
Uh,
kind of
You
forgettable.
you had
yeah,
no personality in that campaign.
I was brand new to the game. I was
Yeah.
learning the rules. I was learning the rules while also trying to role play, and I was just like, let me learn the rules first.
Yeah. That's fair.
So I had a character with no personality. I don't even remember the name of that character.
Fame, fam.
Um, Yeah, that's a pretty good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was Fane.
Yeah, Fane.
Yeah.
I know it was PHA.
But I don't remember much about Zach's
Mhm.
character in that,
Star. His
other
name was
than just him raging a lot.
I
Star.
rage.
I
He
rage.
he was he was a Goliath barbarian that was also a slave to the giants before we met him.
Yep. And now in this campaign, he's a Goliath barbarian who is trying to find a cure for the Black Rage.
Yep.
But yeah, so I don't remember much of that first campaign, but in this one he's gone down a lot.
Yeah.
So I mean that's sort of my impression is just the glassiest of cannons, but maybe that's just bad luck on his part.
So if I remember correctly, he's playing a berserker barbarian. Is that correct?
I think yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
And so I think that's kind of the problem is if you're going barbarian, the berserker barbarian's not the greatest. Like it's not terrible, but if you want to play like a maximized like um potential character, you want to play the totem barbarian, and at third level you have to take the bear totem ability, because while you rage as a barbarian, you take half damage from piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning damage. As a bear totem barbarian at level 3, you take half damage from all sources except psychic. That's way more powerful.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Especially whenever you consider that the level 3 berserker barbarian ability kind of sucks. It's really not that good. It's what while raging, whenever you make attack, you can make another weapon attack as a bonus action.
Yeah, that's not nearly as good.
But
Yeah.
like whenever you do that, you take a level of exhaustion whenever your rage is over, so it's even worse.
Yeah. Like you can do that like even like with just like just having two weapons like how my character is in Grim
Yeah,
Hall.
but you like not with a barbarian though, because that you're not getting your rage bonuses if you're using two weapons, because you're going to need the light property for
Yeah.
them, and they're not going to be able to do a whole lot of damage output. But
Oh yeah.
it's honestly, because you're only 2 levels off from getting extra attack, it's really not as useful, especially if you can use your bonus action for other things. Like from some of the expanded barbarian stuff, there's other things that you can do with your bonus action, whether you're raging or not, that just already do stuff like that, and
Like
you don't take exhaustion when you use it.
like I know that short-lived campaign that we were doing when I was a barbarian. I didn't even look at like any of like the sub like the archetypes.
Hmm.
But like when I leveled up, I just took one level in fighter and got a great weapon master as
Yep.
my fighting style.
Yeah. But a fun thing about one of the things I want to talk about is the fun multi-class ideas that you can do with some of these. So, for example, if you're playing a barbarian in your campaign and you want to maximize your potential, what class do you think pairs the best with barbarian?
Um, uh,
Rogue.
fighter.
Paladin. Smites.
Yep. Yep.
Smites, baby.
Oh boy, are smites great.
It's really nice because as that barbarian, you can really dish out a lot of damage, and with smites you can really maximize that, because smites aren't casting spells and don't require anything like that, so you can do that while raging, which is nice. On top of that, having access to things like Shield of Faith is really nice, especially as a class that doesn't wear armor.
Mhm.
So,
Even if you are a
uh,
class that wears armor, it's really damn good.
well, I'm talking like specifically with barbarian, because they don't wear armor. Um, Shield of Faith, because you can keep concentration while raging, is very good, because that's just a +2 to your AC. And because, especially if you go bear totem as barbarian, you're taking half damage from all things. your concentration check rolls are very easy because you would take 9 damage. No, you take 4.
And so it's a
And
DC. It's a DC 14 as opposed to a DC 19.
yeah, that's a whole lot easier. So it's that's one of those things that it's just like, even if you do get hit, you're taking so little damage. And then whenever it really matters, because you have things like the reckless attack where you get advantage on things, you're going to be critting more often, which means those smites are going to be critical smites more often. And so that I think is incredibly powerful. So anybody out there that's playing a barbarian and wants to just get that little bump, can consider taking a couple classes in paladin. I think you'll be surprised how much fun that is. Plus, you get access to that extra what's it called fighting style.
Yes.
That's always great for any martial class. An extra fighting style is just wonderful.
I remember I got that in my Witcher class and chose defense.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it looks like not that good when you first read, it. Then you realize like how rare it is that you actually get a boost to your AC, and then
Mm-hmm.
it's like it might be the best one.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it can be really good.
Granted,
Yeah,
5e is not that like defensive. Excuse me, is not like super defensively oriented. But
You can play a pretty hefty tank if you want to, and
well,
I
but
think
that's what I'm
the
learning.
Totem of the Bear Barbarian is kind of a crux in any tank build.
yeah, like I think the two paladins that me and you are playing currently both chose the defense fighting style.
Yeah.
Yeah, that additional AC can make it really hard to get over, especially if you're using a shield, which as a barbarian you can. Anyway, next class, Bard.
We
Hey,
all,
you all have experience. We all have experience with bards.
yep, yep.
Jordan, why don't you start with yours?
Not a great campaign. Played a lore bard, but playing a lore bard doesn't matter if you can't roll above a 10 for anything. So that's my experience with the bard. I still love the class. I still think it's a good class.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the class that I went with, which is Bard College of Swords. I thoroughly enjoyed that class.
Yeah. And then Brad, you played the
Uh,
you played College of Valor.
Valor, which is pretty good, I think.
Especially when you can get put that bardic inspiration to your AC.
Yeah, I mean
Mm-hmm.
it that helped us in a couple of occasions. Literally, just being able to go, "Hey, I gave you bardic inspiration last round. You might want to use it."
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. Um, so what do you guys think is the best college for the bard?
Um.
What's the new one? I think
From the book.
from the book.
Yep.
There's what, three classes from
There's
the
2.
Valor, or no, it's
Lore
Lore.
Bard and College of Valor.
I would probably say Valor.
I don't know that much about the lore bard, so I'm going Valor just because.
It is the Lore Bard. Do you want to know why?
Let's hear it.
6th level magical secrets.
Oh yeah.
2 spells. Fireball and Counterspell.
Yeah.
Having those on a bard is one of the most ridiculous combinations that you can do.
Yeah.
like
That
like
makes
straight up being able to both counterspell and fireball as a bard and handing out inspiration or not but the bardic inspiration with your bonus action after casting a fireball. Or even better yet, another great thing you can do is you can hand out a bardic inspiration to somebody that's in your fireball AoE and then fireball it, and they can use that inspiration to roll with their saving throw if they need to pass and they didn't pass it.
Yeah. That's actually really good.
Yeah, no, like it's like that's why the Lord Bard is so strong. Plus their cutting words is really good for stopping your opponents from rolling well on their saves and stuff like that. So like they both kind of have their own utility, but Lord Bard is definitely the better all arounder, especially if you're playing a support bard specifically. Like imagine that campaign if you that last campaign if you had access to counterspell.
Yeah, that would have been a lot nicer. I'm kind of kicking myself
Wouldn't
now.
it?
Like, yeah, I can think of a couple of major story points, or major encounters that would have gone way smoother if I could have just counterspell.
Yeah.
Who knew in a wizard's property that counterspell would be so good?
Yeah, really. Um, and going on to the multi-class options, what do you like pairing with Bard if you had to for a multi-class?
uh, hmm, that's a tough one.
Hmm.
Uh,
I'm gonna go ahead and say mine. Rogue.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go for a multi-class, then you're gonna want to go the College of Valor, and going to want to pick up a couple levels of Rogue.
Mm-hmm.
Getting that expertise as a bard is great because you're already kind of a skill monkey, but getting expertise is always great on top of sneak attack damage. As a bard, you're not going to get concentrated, so that means you're going to have that ability to move around the battlefield pretty easily with bonus action disengage, bonus action dash, and being able to get in there for some sneak attack damage
you
Like
pronounced
every
it
once in a while.
you pronounced it wrong. It's bonus action disengage.
come on. When was the last time I used bonus action disengage?
Uh,
Last
last
last session,
yeah,
When?
the last time
Where?
I teased you mercilessly.
the battle on the bridge.
Hmm.
Whenever you guys started to retreat.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
yeah.
But
I
yeah, I think Rogue pairs really well with that. I mean, uh, multi-classing with spellcasting classes can be really difficult. So you kind of have to get like something significant for that trade-off of not getting more spell slots or new spell levels. So I think Rogue is actually kind of a decent trade-off there for that flat damage that you can get basically every turn.
for sure.
Yeah, yeah, it's not a bad choice. What
Um,
about you guys? Do you think of anything you like?
with
Hmm.
Bard,
Hmm.
not really.
Yeah, I think Bard is one of those ones that you kind of just want a pure build.
Sort of.
Yeah,
And I don't, like I said, like sort of towards the intro. It's like I have played far less campaigns than you guys. I'm far newer. Um, and I like I don't know. I'm very much like a why don't I play just the regular class before I start worrying about nine levels here and two here and all that fun
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Next class, cleric.
I played a cleric.
I did too.
Clerics can be fun. Cleric is probably one of the most powerful classes in the game, just because you can do whatever you need to with it.
Yeah.
Well, there's so many subclasses.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
played the war cleric,
Yeah.
and guiding strike could be very powerful in many cases.
Yes, it can. Um, yeah, when playing a cleric, you kind of you have a middle ground that you can take, but then you can also kind of maximize towards the two end. So if you're going to be playing like a healing cleric, you definitely go the life domain because that is really good. Especially at higher levels when you just automatically heal for max every time.
Hmm.
That's awesome. And then if you want to go for damage, you of course go war domain because I mean that's just ridiculously powerful.
And if you want to go for spells, you go for the Tempest Domain.
Yep. But yeah, no, I
Or
mean
if you're
clerics,
me, you go Grave Domain.
that can also be good too. It just kind of depends on the situation,
Yeah, in
whatever campaign you're in.
well, the campaign that I ran it in was Curse of Strahd, and we got TPK'd pretty quick.
Yeah. Um,
But
but
that was
yeah,
more user error than
yeah,
Yeah.
no crap. Multi-class options for cleric. There's one that comes to mind for me.
Paladin.
It's not the paladin. That can't be a strong combination.
Paladin
Being
and
both a
everything
cleric and a
is
paladin.
everything and Paladin is a decent multi-class option.
Well, not everything. I think there are definitely some things where it's not as good.
For sure, but
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh.
Want me to
Barbarian.
spoil it?
Druid?
No, barbarian.
I got it right.
Yeah, barbarian is great for cleric. Especially if you're going for the damage, like the damage tank cleric. Again, barbarian, bear totem. Take half damage from everything you can enter into a rage to give yourself advantage. Taking half damage from everything that's not psychic. Flat damage, like you're going to be playing a strength cleric if you're playing a cleric. So just a straight increase to your damage rolls. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's very good.
Yeah. On top of that, decreased damage. Like I said, if you're playing a tank cleric, 3 levels of barbarian to pick up that totem of the bear. Oh boy, good luck going down.
Yeah.
Good luck to your DM for trying to down you. They're going to be just pulling out mind flayer after mind flayer to try to do anything to you. Druid. Everybody knows what the best option for Druid is.
Moon Druid.
Moon Druid.
Yep.
I don't even know why any of the circles even try. Yeah, Moon Druid, just the entire reason you play Druid is to shift into animals. I mean, like, obviously. So, just doing that but better, like, what else can compare?
I mean,
yeah.
it's I've never played a druid, and literally just like going like being on like r/d&d. It's just like it's one of those things like, oh yeah, you just play a moon druid. Like there's nothing else that good.
Yeah, no, if you're playing Druid, you're going to play a Moon Druid unless you're trying to do something with RP.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
who even
Because
likes RP?
I know the Druid in one of our campaigns went Moon Druid as well.
Yeah, and it's pretty insane even just at level 4.
Yeah.
Best multi-classes for Druid, what do you guys think it is?
Paladin.
Barbarian.
Neither.
uh uh
Ranger or Warlock.
Warlock's another one that just like slides in there.
So do you know why for Warlock?
Eldritch Blast.
Yes, Eldritch Blast is part of the reason. The
And
other reason is
you regain your spell slots on short rests.
yes, but do you know why that's important?
No.
As a Moon Druid, you can expend spell slots to regain HP while you're in animal form.
Ah.
Oh.
So being in an animal form and taking damage, but you don't want to like get out of it to be able to go back to full health, you can expend your Warlock spell slots to gain back your HP in animal form.
So how long till Kyrus is does that?
Probably never. But the other good option is
Powerful?
Ranger. No, just for other reasons.
I think we none of us are probably gonna be multi-classing in the Grim Hollow campaign.
Speak for
Probably not.
yourself.
Anyway, the other one is Ranger. To give a little bit more utility for whenever you're not in animal form. On top of being able to cast Hunter's Mark, before you enter into your animal form. That way you can get that extra damage every single time you make an attack.
Which, talk
Because
about
you can still concentrate on spells.
Hunter's Mark might be one of the best first level spells.
Oh yeah, there's a reason why it's so limited in who can take it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, the next class, fighter.
Paladin,
That's one of them.
Barbarian,
That's also one of them.
Ranger,
Not ranger.
every
Warlock.
other class.
Rogue.
Witcher.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Witcher.
rogue is a good one too. No, the best, like in my opinion, the best straight subclass is just champion fighter. I mean, critting on more numbers, that's always great.
I went with Battlemaster, and I was pretty happy.
Battlemaster is also good. I mean, it's not bad, but like some of the things with the, like some of the best things you can take with Battlemaster just basically accomplishes what champion fighter does, which is just gives you more opportunity to do more damage.
Yeah.
And that's kind of one of the reasons why I like champion, is it's a whole lot less micromanaging for the same effect as some of the Battlemaster's best abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah. So pairing that with Barbarian to, take less damage is great. Pairing it with Rogue to get that sneak attack every once in a while, it's great. Paladin for smites on a champion fighter, fucking great.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Critting on 19s and 20s, and like critting 10% of the time, and then just being able to smite on top of that, just phenomenal.
Yep.
Now it's time for everybody's least favorite class,
Ranger.
Monk.
Oh yeah, Monk. Yeah. It's so.
Your wife might disagree with you there. Hasn't she
Probably.
played 2?
I think she's played 3.
I totally forgot about the Monk class.
Yep.
I open up the player's handbook and see I'm just like, that's not what I need.
Yeah.
That's one of those things, like when you're thinking about rolling up a new character, it's just like I don't think anyone's first thought is like Monk.
I'm not gonna lie, there are many times, like when I was making this list I have written out on my computer, I had 11 classes. I was like, which one am I forgetting?
Yeah, no.
And I had to open up the book and to find Monk.
Yeah, no, like I totally forgot that Monk. I flip open to the page and I'm just like, oh yeah, I forget about this class, and then
Yeah.
just keep on going. Like I never thought about playing a Monk.
Yeah, like the funny thing is Monk's not even a bad class. It's just the most forgettable because it's the least. It has like the least RP opportunities of any class, and it's just kind of,
Except maybe like
it's a martial artist.
Except maybe a lawful good paladin.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. Anyway, best subclass for the monk, as far as mechanics is concerned, is Way of the Open Hand.
Paladin.
Because hey, more damage more often. That's always good. Shadow Monk is also kind of fun. Being able to teleport in shadows, that's actually really awesome. In fact, if you want to talk about the best multi-class combination, Shadow Monk plus Assassin Rogue.
Yep.
And Paladin.
No, Paladin does not work well with Monk.
But
no,
you can smite your bitch slaps.
Yeah, but it's not as good. You don't it's not as good as like pairing it with like critical hits on a fighter or anything else.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, no, Shadow Monk being able to teleport anywhere in shadows, but with Assassin Rogue to automatically crit anything you surprise, that's insane.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. But yeah, that's kind of Rogue. Like, there's not a whole lot to talk about. It's not a bad class. It's just the least interesting of all of them. And okay, here it is. Paladin. Next class, Paladin.
Vengeance is easily the best subclass.
Yeah, you're right. It's Oath of Vengeance is the best subclass because turning into a freaking avenging angel at level 20, with sprouting wings and flying over all the peasants.
Redemption seems interesting.
Yep.
from like
Not a book class
RP
though.
or right. What's the
The
third?
other two are devotion and ancients. Oath of Ancients.
Ancients is
The
pretty
one
good
that
too.
the one that you play if you actually wanted to just play a druid.
Yeah. But you need to
Yeah.
deal some damage too.
Yeah. Yeah. Oath of Vengeance is great. I think it's my favorite. That Vow of Enmity is fantastic.
Really, really, really good.
And do you know what pairs well with Paladin?
Warlock.
Warlock, because smiting, using your Warlock's spell slots to smite and get them back on short rest is fucking insane. On top of the fact you get Eldritch Blast.
As
Yeah.
a cantrip.
Yeah, as a cantrip that gives you a ranged option as a paladin, which you don't usually have. Not to mention, you also now have access to cantrips, which you don't get as a paladin because that'd be too powerful. That you now have.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's
Warlock.
literally it's one of those sorry, Corey. It's one of those subclass options where it's like, okay, you can take one and just be a-okay, as
Yeah.
opposed to like having to take three here or whatever. It's just
Mhm.
like you take one and it's already made your paladin that much better.
Yeah,
And
you don't get access to that level 20 ability, but it's still fine.
Yeah.
and Warlock also uses charisma just like
Yep.
the Paladin.
Yep. And so you're really not even having to having to build into another stat to pick it up. It's so nice. It's such a nice combination. I mean I think that one's kind of hands down kind of like the best.
Yeah.
Next up, Ranger.
Uh, uh,
Hunter. Best
Yeah.
subclass, hands down.
yeah.
Cuz I mean you could be a furry, but I
Uh,
prefer just to do more damage.
Yeah.
Furries belong in the wood chipper.
Yeah.
With the druids.
Yeah.
Best ranger add-on class, rogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sneak
you're
attack.
already a dex build.
Yeah.
Just imagine Hunter's Mark plus Colossus Slayer plus sneak attack.
It's a lot of
Um,
dice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Put it with a assassin.
yeah. Oh god, that's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Automatically crits first, going first in combat. And
Yeah, yeah, that's just insane.
Add the
Next
alert
up,
sheet and
yeah, next up, Rogue.
uh,
assassin.
assassin.
I think
Yeah.
assassin.
It's obviously assassin. Yeah, I mean that opening critical ability is just insane.
I do in fact love my scout though.
Yeah. One of the things that we haven't talked about yet because it's not come up, but at the final subclass ability of the assassin, um, anytime that you attack a surprised creature and get a critical hit, which is basically every time as the assassin rogue, not only do you get the critical hit, you also deal double damage. So you roll all your critical dice, add all your modifiers, and then double it.
I mean, I hate to say it, it's one of those things. Like, it's really, really, really good. Um, I I doubt they print something like that good come next edition.
You're probably right. I mean, just think about it, because that's at 17th level, and that's 96 on your sneak attack,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
which is just fucking insane. Like, ugh, yeah.
I mean, there are a couple subclasses that I don't see returning. They're like
Like,
like
what?
I mean, I'd put Vengeance Paladin up there. Like, just things that are so like far and away better than everything else. Not that like the subclasses. I don't think. Uh, Not that I don't think like the subclasses themselves are going to return. They're just not going to return in that form. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's probably correct. to be honest.
Like, there might be another assassin rogue. It just won't be, that ridiculously good.
Yeah. So I need to correct myself. It's not an automatic thing. It's anytime you attack a creature and score a critical hit, which is any surprised creature, it has to be a surprised creature. They have to make a con save equal to 8 plus your dex score plus your proficiency modifier, which at that point should be a 19. And if they fail that, then you do double damage. So con save of 19 or you take double a critical hit.
Ridiculous.
Little bit. Next class or multi-class for that. What do you guys think is a good multi-class for Rogue?
Whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put my favorite for this as just being the bard, lore bard. Getting just picking up some extra like proficiencies and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of nice to have that, some expertise, the jack of all trades ability. And then if you really want to dig deep down into lore bard, you can go to that 6th level and pick up the magical secrets. So you can basically make a better arcane trickster rogue.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Next level or next class, sorcerer.
Probably warlock for the multi-class.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know why?
Sure. Regain spells on short rest.
That and the fact that as a sorcerer, you can reduce your spell slots into your sorcery points. So before you take a short rest, you can take all your warlock spells, put them into sorcery points, use those to remake your sorcerer spell levels, and then take your short rest and get all those warlock spell slots back.
Yep. Yep.
That's one of those things about warlock that's just kind of stupid.
And I don't see returning.
Yeah, probably not. Draconic Bloodline, best subclass.
Yep.
Like Wild Magic can be fun, but Draconic Bloodline is definitely better. What's your thoughts on that one, Brad?
I honestly, I've never played a sorcerer. And the only sorcerer I think that has been played, like
Was Katie's.
while I was in the D&D group, was Katie's, and she was a draconic, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Draconic bloodline. So that's the only one I've ever seen played.
Yeah, no, I guess that's fair. Yeah. No, it is really good. Extra HP, extra abilities. It's great. Next class, Warlock.
I might say Warlock is my favorite.
It is pretty fun.
Class.
I think the best subclass from the book is definitely the Fiend. You just get so much nice stuff with it.
It's
extra damage, extra abilities that are actually useful, as opposed to like the Archfey.
Yeah.
I mean, the Great Old One is fine, but I think the Fiend has better utility. Like one of the abilities it gets is when you finish a long rest, you can just choose a type of damage to be resistant to until your next long rest. Which is just like, that's a thing.
Yeah.
I will say though, Hexblade is by far. I know it's not a book class.
Yeah, no, but Hexblade is great. That's a lot of fun.
Hexblade is the most fun.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good.
I'm playing a Hexblade in our Icewind Dale campaign. What level are we for?
Yeah.
I've yet to be hit.
I mean, yeah, it's true. You also haven't been attacked all that much.
Well, yeah. Well, and you're right. Actually, now come to think of it, I may not have been attacked yet either.
The person that has been attacked is me and Zach, who has like I think our last boss fight, he didn't go down and I praised him for it.
Yeah. Yeah, that might be why I've never been hit. It's like I may never have been like targeted.
Yeah, no, it's that's true. I'm not sure if you have been or not.
But that being said, like being charismatic, you're able to use charisma on like every attack roll, and then you also have access to like smites.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a good a fun class to play if nothing else. Multi-class.
Paladin.
I mean, it's not a terrible option, honestly, especially if you're playing a Hexblade.
Probably a rogue.
I actually went fighter for this one. So one of the things about the warlock is that it has those those couple spells that it can cast, but after that it's got to rely on either on Eldritch Blast, or it's got to get into melee combat. And Eldritch Blast is good, but being able to get up close and personal in melee is also a needed option.
Mm-hmm.
And playing a fighter, getting those armor proficiencies, which you don't have as don't really get as a warlock, getting all of your weapon proficiencies so you can use whatever weapon you want, which means you can take any packed weapon that you'd like if you want to go that route. And then on top of things like Axe and Surge, which is great, on top of Second Wind, on top of going any of the fighter archetypes that you want, on top of a fighting style for just 3 levels, or taking 5 and getting even an extra attack, I think that's a really good complement to the Warlock class, because it kind of fills out what it doesn't have, what it doesn't really have as much access to. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I'd agree. And I mean, like
there's arguments that you can make for taking a couple levels on Paladin so you can, get smites. I don't think it's as effective on a Warlock. I think if you are going to go something, maybe a Rogue, I guess. But again, that's kind of depending on getting up close and personal. And I think the better option there is just maybe a fighter.
Well, I mean, the other thing too, it's like I don't think you're really gonna miss like that much in the Warlock whatever. I want to say like skill tree. I know it's not a skill tree, but
Yeah.
For lack of a better word, like skill tree. Like
Yeah.
some of the other stuff, it's like you're not gonna miss it as much as like as much as having the benefit of being able to action surge or any of the other things.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
also think another good possible option is Bard. It's another
that.
charisma class.
Yeah.
And getting access to, again, all of those extra skill proficiencies, getting the jack of all trades, and then on top of that, being able to hand out inspiration as bonus actions, because you're not going to use bonus actions a lot as a warlock,
except for smite, because you
well, yeah, if you're playing Hexblade.
no, because you always multi-class into paladin
For everything.
for every class.
Oh, okay. Next up, wizard.
In fact, screw multi-class.
Final class.
Just play a paladin.
Next up, wizard.
Never played one.
Never played one either.
I know. I'm the only person that in our entire group that has ever played a wizard.
So tell us about the wizard.
I got to play it for one session because we all TPK'd because we were level 1.
And also, it was also
There was some mistakes made.
Yeah, on the DM side this time.
On everybody's side, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, best schools: School of Necromancy if you have a DM that likes you, because School of Necromancy allows you to make your own undead army and be ridiculous at it, and it's so much fun. If your DM doesn't like that idea, then the next best is School of Divination, because Portent is one of the most broken abilities in the game.
Never heard of it.
You guys, Portent? Okay. So whenever you finish a long rest, you roll a d20, and you make note of whatever that number is. At any point before your next long rest, when anybody makes any roll, you can substitute whatever it was that you rolled for that roll.
I can see how they can get it out of hand real fast.
So if you wake up and you roll a 3, and you're going up against the BBEG, and he rolls this massive critical attack, you're like, no, that's a 3 actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's ridiculously good.
Or if you're going against the BBEG, you woke up in the morning and you rolled a 20, and your paladin goes up and attacks, you can be like, that's a crit now.
Yeah.
And it just, as you gain levels in the School of Divination, it gets even better because you get like, you can roll multiple dice and use it multiple times, and it gets really insane really fast.
Yeah, that's ridiculously good.
Yeah, Divination Wizard is a ridiculous class if you play it right. Best multi-class in my opinion, Tempest Cleric. Tempest Cleric gives you so much that the wizard doesn't have. For example, do you want to wear armor as a wizard?
Cleric.
Tempest Cleric gives you access to heavy armor proficiency.
And then all of a sudden you're not you're not made of glass.
Yeah. On top of that, just playing a cleric, that means as a wizard you now have access to some healing options, which is great. Which is wizards don't usually get access to good healing, especially at lower levels. On top of that, you also have some ways that you can use your reaction as a Tempest Cleric, which is pretty nice. I also believe it gives you a little bit of extra damage whenever you use like thunder or lightning damage, something like that. So it's kind of nice. It really complements the wizard all around and gives it some good options to be a bit more of a tanky wizard without actually being tank wizard, like a school, like the war mage. But yeah, those are all the classes. Those are the cool multi-classes. And now I have some crazy multi-classes. So I'm going to start with the least complicated of them all. The class comes online at level 13, and it is the Barbarian 5, Life Cleric 6, Paladin 2. Specifically, you're going to be going Totem of the Bear Barbarian 5. This is kind of insane. This is what a tank truly is. At this level, you have access to Rage, Reckless Attack, giving you advantage on your attacks. You take half damage from all sources except Psychic, and you get an additional attack every turn because you have extra attack from Barbarian. As a Life Cleric, you get access to all of the healing stuff you could ever imagine, as well as the ability to wear heavy armor. With this, meaning that you don't even need the barbarians like the unarmored stuff. And with Paladin, you also gain access to smites and 10 points of lay on hands. So you're taking half damage. Whenever you heal somebody else, you also receive some of that healing whenever you use spells, and you also heal extra. That's just insane. If you want to make a tank that just won't go down, this is how you do it. The full level 20 build is Barbarian 6, Life Cleric 12, Paladin 2. You don't take it any more levels in Paladin because you don't need it, but you do take up the 6 more levels of Life Cleric because at that point you gain access to a few more ability score improvements, which you definitely need to use to take the Sentinel feat at some time. And you gain access to Divine Intervention, which just makes you even more difficult to deal with as a tank. It really just becomes freaking insane. What do you think, Corey?
I think it's pretty good.
Brad?
Hard to kill. My one word response, like my one word reaction. Hard to
kill. Yeah, it is definitely a bit insane. And then my favorite one. This is by far the best multi-class. I want to play this at some point. Comes online at level 12. It is the Barbarian 3, Fighter 3, Rogue 3, Ranger 3. And that doesn't make any sense until you know how some of these things interact with each other. So Barbarian has their Rage. Rage triggers anytime that you make an attack using your Strength modifier. that the extra damage triggers. Um, that's pretty good. And the problem that a lot of people have is they say, well, how does that work with Rogue? Well, Rogue works with whenever you make an attack with a ranged weapon or a weapon with the finesse property. The finesse property states you can use either strength or dexterity when using the to hit and damage calculations. So, if you have a rapier that has the finesse property, you can attack with it to get sneak attack. But if you still use your strength modifier, you get your rage bonus. Meaning you can get sneak attack and rage on the same attack. Now throw on top of this the fighter 3, which you take champion. That way you can, crit on 19s and 20s. And all of a sudden you're beginning to see how this kind of comes together when you realize that the barbarian has reckless attack, which gives you advantage on all of your attacks, which automatically triggers sneak attack every time. Then on top of that, for the icing for the cake, you throw on the range of 3. That gives you access to the hunter archetype for ranger, giving you Colossus Slayer, which is more damage that you can dish out, on top of Hunter's Mark, which you can concentrate on as a barbarian while raging. It's kind of ridiculous. You're looking at being able to reliably do a fuck ton of damage every single turn and take half damage at the same time. The full build is 4 levels of Barbarian, 7 levels of Fighter, 5 levels of Rogue, and 4 levels of Ranger. Split like that so you can pick up all the important ability score increases, and you get your sneak attack damage up to 3d6 instead of just the 2. Fighter, you get your extra attack and stuff like that. But yeah, no, if I ever got to play a level 20 character, that is exactly what I would play. Because that is stupidly broken. Because keep in mind, you also can use a shield with this.
And then all of a sudden your AC's higher.
Yeah, because with Barbarian, with your unarmored your armored defense, it's 10 plus Dex, which at level 20 is going to be 20 most likely if you're playing this. So that's plus 5. Plus Con, which is going to be I believe plus 7, or no, it's not going to be plus 7 at level 20. Never mind, that's a different thing. But plus 5, so that's going to be a base AC of 20 plus 2 for your shield. And if you are if you're using the rapier, that's what at level 20 you're going to be rolling every turn for damage if you're using Hunter's Mark. 1d8 for your weapon dice, 1d8 for Colossus Slayer if available, 1d6 for Hunter's Mark, 3d6 for sneak attack damage, rolling with advantage on both of your attacks, and critting on 19s and 20s. And you're always going to get sneak attack if you hit. It's a lot.
Broken.
Yeah. And you do this every turn. Oh yeah, you're taking half damage, and you also have access to some bonus action fun stuff with Rogue, meaning you can disengage and dash as bonus actions. You have access to Action Surge if you miss some critical attacks. You have access to Second Wind. You have access to additional spells as a ranger. It is kind of crazy. Not to mention you probably put some of those ability score increases into some fun feats. Yeah, it would be a pain to deal with, to say the least.
As a DM.
As a DM, yeah, it would be a pain
Which is
to
why
deal
you
with.
want to play it, because you wouldn't have to DM for it.
I mean, I would love to DM for any of you that want to try any of this. I'd like to see what I can throw at you. You guys know I like throwing crazy things at you guys.
Well, yeah.
Hey, you know that wife that you just buried earlier today? Yeah, she just turned to ash right in front of your eyes.
Mm.
But no, like I've always wanted to just put 1 point into Warlock, and I've been thinking about it this entire time with the Paladin I'm playing now, but it just doesn't fit thematically.
Yeah, I mean, for when we got to level 4 for the rogue that I'm playing, I went with magic initiate and went with the wizard because the line of the only line of the family that still exists to this day still comes from Fira, who was a wizard, and I went with the wizard class, even because I thought that one also fits thematically.
Hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, multi-classing into bard doesn't make doesn't is wouldn't be that good. A paladin bard.
Yeah, you're probably right. But yeah, that was our D&D talk. How'd you guys like it?
I like it. I like D&D, so
I
I
like
love
like
D&D.
talking D&D.
I, yeah, I love D&D. I always like for coworkers at my work, I always have to like tell them what's going on like in our D&D sessions. Like especially during that whole thing with Arabella, I was telling the team lead of my store, or one of our team leads of our store, who also I am like in airsoft with, and he loved like I just keep on telling him. He's like, so did you kill her yet? And I'm like telling him like what am I supposed to do, and he's just like, well, you could kill her.
No,
Yeah, I mean, it was always on the table.
No.
it's one of those things. It's one of those things. Like I'll tell people like at my gym I play D&D, and they're just like, "You playing D&D?" And I'm like, "If only you knew how fun it was."
Yeah. I'd like to think that I'm a decent DM, capable of creating fun stories for you guys.
You definitely do create fun
Uh,
stories.
I mean,
If you gave me a rating, what would it be?
Well, considering, all right, well, this is. I've only ever played with you. I take that back. I've
Me, Mike, and Katie.
um. That's tough. Um. I'd give you overall. I'd say an 8 out of 10.
Hmm.
Um. Yeah, 8 out of 10.
Corey,
I would also like agree, 8 out of 10.
I see myself more of a 6 out of 10.
Why do you say that?
I have a very very bad time with actually describing things. And describing things is a very large part of being a DM in D&D. It's one of the things that I hope you've noticed that I've been trying to work on recently, with being a bit more descriptive about things and having a bit more of plans in place instead of just pantsing it like I've done for a long time. Um, I think I'm better than average, but only by a bit, and only in the storytelling department, and giving you guys the freedom. I think in a lot of other departments, most DMs are going to be a bit more descriptive or a bit more planned out than I am. So that's why I say 6.
I mean, uh, like your wife excluded. Um, like you. Uh, I think you're a way better descriptor, and you're a much, much, much better storyteller than Mike was.
Well, Mike's whole D&D campaign was the Adventure Zone, basically.
And on top of that, it wasn't even made for us.
Yeah, it was it was another campaign that he was also running at the same time.
Yeah, so I think that hindered things a lot. I think that's
Yeah,
why I didn't enjoy it very much.
I mean, I
On top of the
enjoyed
fact I couldn't roll above a 10 to save my life
I enjoyed my character, but
until it got killed by bullshit.
I
yeah,
didn't.
well,
I didn't enjoy my character.
I did come back, so I guess
Yeah, by accident. Let's be real.
yeah,
We
it was
forgot about that until later.
yeah, because of wild magic. But yeah, no, yeah, no, that was pretty shit.
One of the things I didn't like about that, and one of the things that I have been very careful to avoid because of how much I hated it in Mike's campaign, was the DM forcing you to do things.
Yeah, yeah. with hodgepodge.
A hodgepodge with the Philosopher's Stone, with some of that wild magic bullshit that none of us really wanted to participate in anyway. Dropping a fucking windmill on me, like it was kind of over the top and ridiculous,
Yeah.
and it ended up not being very fun. I was really excited when we started, but
Well, I mean, I
was really happy it was done when we finished it, and I took over DMing, and we did the Legend of the Rings campaign.
Mm-hmm.
That was fun.
Which one was that one? Is that Bran?
Yes.
Yes. But anyway,
Bran was a shit character, but he was fun to play.
Yeah, especially with that ring. That ring was fun. Shadow stepping all over the place.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Motherfucker. How did that get there? Greatest line. I referenced that yesterday.
Did you really?
I referenced, well, not on podcast, but to some other friends or not my friends, I guess. It was actually my family, my in-laws. We were playing Minecraft together, and somebody said motherfucker, and it was just like, a bow appears in your hand. And then Katie says from across the room, how did that get there?
And what was the other one? Wasn't it just bitch?
I think it was just bitch. Yeah. It was great. It was that was a fun campaign. I'm just sad that it ended because schedules.
Yeah.
Because I had so much more of that story to tell. But yeah. Anyway, this has been our D&D BCJ cast. Any final thoughts?
I think we're probably gonna have to do a recap of the Grim Hollow campaign, or the new Grim Hollow campaign once that gets finished.
Yes, we definitely will, and it'll probably be longer.
Yeah.
Because as you guys know, we are going to be going to level 30.
Yep.
Oh man, am I looking forward to it.
That's going to be fun.
I'm gonna be looking forward to fucking swinging my non-existent dick around to my fucking goddamn ancestors.
Yeah. Well, one thing that's really been interesting is you guys have been progressing through levels really quickly, and it's been purely experience based. So you guys have actually earned your level ups, and you're already pretty high up there.
Yeah, we're level 5, aren't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Already after like 5 sessions.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I mean, you guys have earned it.
The one thing though, like I will say, it's like I don't see that pace continuing.
No, nowhere near that.
You did throw us straight into the fire.
Yeah, it was straight into a bit of a meat grinder almost.
Yeah, especially since I can actually have time to RP with my family instead of looking through books trying to figure out my family's history.
Don't get me wrong. I've enjoyed the meat grinder, but it was straight into the fire.
Oh yeah, and that was one of the things that I was like, that my wife and I were talking about before we even started. That was, is it appropriate? And it was just like, it's a good question. I feel like it was, in order to prep for the campaign that's coming and the world that we're in now, I feel like it was kind of necessary.
Especially with we switched up the long rest things. I mean I was fine with it. Especially
Yeah.
I get to, basically kind of especially in that last battle kind of become the captain of the unit because
Yeah.
because I was the only one with military experience, and I literally had to snatch out the sending stone from Kimba's hand to make sure that we got extraction on point.
Yeah. Yeah, no, airships and Ethereum and bombs and guns, it really changes how you play the game.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
I'm a rogue. I just, like, in the last battle, all I used was just my pistol.
Yeah, but I mean, it works.
Here am
Yeah.
I, the boring sword and board guy.
I mean, we'll get you a flamethrower. You're a paladin. Cleanse it.
Yeah.
Cleanse everything with fire.
Cleansed everything in holy fire.
By the end of this, by the end, before you get to level 10, you will have some kind of flamethrower.
Hell yeah.
So
Handheld.
I'm just saying.
Handheld.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
Well,
Do you like it?
we'll see.
Okay,
Because
we'll find out.
I like the idea of it. In character, it might be hard to justify.
Well, with the things you're going to be fighting over time, I don't think your character is going to be as opposed, because you're not going to be fighting humanoids for the entire time.
You're literally gonna have to cleanse everything in holy fire.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be basically almost like a space marine type kind of thing.
Well, so long as I can keep the shield, because the shield's
Oh
important.
yeah, oh yeah. You'll see. You'll
Right
see.
now, it's like my saving grace is just having my AC at 22 at level 5.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty great.
I would have died. I probably would have died by now just because of how much I get focused on. Because I am pretty much the only front line. Like I am the front line in
Hmm.
our party.
Yeah. But anyway, that has been the D&D cast. This has been Jay, Corey, and Brad. I hope you've enjoyed your time here. Like and subscribe if you'd like. Leave a comment down in the description. Tell us about your D&D stories, about all the fun you've had with all the great adventures and role playing that you can do. And as always, I hope you've enjoyed your time here, and we'll see you next time.